You're watching NASA TV.
Good morning from the International Space Station Flight Control Room here at the Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas, and welcome to Mission Control as we begin our coverage today of U.S. Spacewalk 87. You are looking live inside the equipment lock of the Quest airlock of the International Space Station as two astronauts prepare to venture outside the Quest airlock a short time from now. On your screen, you see on the left is NASA astronaut Woody Hoberg, and on the right is NASA astronaut Steve Bowen, who will be today's spacewalkers. Bowen is wearing the spacesuit with the red stripes on it, and again, Bowen is on the right side of your screen and will be wearing that spacesuit with the red stripes, and Hoberg is on the left and is wearing the unmarked suit today. Today's spacewalk is expected to last about 7 hours, the focus of which will be on the starboard truss of the International Space Station to install and monitor the deployment of one of the IROSAs, or ISS Roll-Out Solar Arrays, which arrived on the SpaceX Cargo Dragon resupply craft on Monday to the International Space Station. Today's spacewalk is the 264th in support of space station assembly, maintenance, and upgrades. This will be the 9th spacewalk for NASA astronaut Steve Bowen and the first spacewalk for NASA astronaut Woody Hoberg. Today's spacewalk will be the 7th spacewalk in 2023 and the 5th spacewalk for Expedition 69 so far. What you're seeing on the screen here is the crew as they continue to step through procedures ahead of stepping out of the airlock a little later this morning. Right now they're completing in-suit light exercises. You can see them moving their legs and hands slightly. These movements help acclimate the crew's bodies to the lower pressure of the spacesuit and purge excess nitrogen from their blood slowly. This is required to avoid getting the bends or decompression sickness. Earlier this morning, the crew worked through procedures to pre-breathe 100% oxygen in order to purge that nitrogen from their body as well.
Pause exercise, rest 1 minute.
So again, today's spacewalk will see the crew members working to install the 5th IROSA to the International Space Station. This IROSA will be on the 1A power channel on the starboard truss of the International Space Station. And on June 15th, we'll have an additional spacewalk to install the array on the 1B power channel. These new arrays are 60 feet long by 20 feet wide and share a little more than half of the original arrays, which, as you can see in this graphic here, they lie over top of them. Each new IROSA will produce more than 20 kilowatts of electricity, and once all...
Resume exercise, cycle 10. This is the last cycle.
And once all those IROSAs are installed, it will enable a 30% increase in power production over the station's current arrays. Continuing to get some good views of the crew on board the International Space Station as they step through those in-suit light exercise activities.
Station Houston on Spacewalk Ground 1, no action on that last caution. Ground checking it out.
Station copies, no action on that caution message.
And now coming into frame is NASA astronaut Frank Rubio, who has been helping the crew step through their procedures and get suited up this morning. Rubio is in the midst of a long-duration spaceflight. By the time he lands this September, he will have spent the longest single time in space by an American astronaut, having accumulated 371 consecutive days aboard the International Space Station.
Station Houston, Space Ground 1, just more words on that last enabled caution. It was dealing with an S12 MDM, but no impacts to the EVA. Ground is still investigating.
Okay, Johnny, we copy all. Thanks so much for the words. Understand. No impact to EVA. Good to know.
The crew is continuing to work through their in-suit light exercises.
Airlock Houston, Space Ground 1, that completes the 10 cycles of in-suit light exercise. You are go for step 5 in the EMU pre-breathe.
And the crew has completed their cycles of those aisle exercises. The next steps for them will include continuing to step through procedures ahead of depressurization, part of which will include getting their SAFERs, or Simplified Aid for EVA Rescue, installed on the back of their spacesuits. The SAFER is essentially a jetpack that could be used in the very unlikely situation that a crew member were to become untethered.
Johnny, we copy. Go for 5. Thanks so much.
And we also have United Arab Emirates astronaut Sultan Al Nayati floating
on 1 for step 7 and waiting on your go for step 8.
Again, both Rubio and Al Nayati helping to step through procedures with the crew as they continue preparations to exit the Quest airlock later this morning.
Frank, step 8 is in work. It's going to take about 10 minutes. You are go to proceed in step 9. We'll let you know when step 8 is complete. I'm sorry, step 7. We'll let you know when step 7
We'll
is
leave
complete.
echoes on and proceeding with step 9.
And getting a good view of some of the tools that will be used during today's spacewalk, you did see the space drill or the pistol grip tool, which will be utilized quite heavily throughout today's spacewalk. You're also seeing some of the tethers float. Those will be utilized to ensure that the crew is attached to the International Space Station at all times. And Rubio is working to get those tools secured to NASA astronaut Woody Hoberg's spacesuit. And Rubio now moving over to get those tools in place on Steve Bowen's spacesuit. And he's being assisted by UAE or United Arab Emirates astronaut Sultan Al Nayati. Al Nayati's on the left of your screen and Rubio's on the right. As the crew continues to step through those procedures to get tools secured safely to their spacesuits, we do have a video that will be an overview of today's spacewalk, where the duo will exit the station's Quest airlock to install an upgraded International Space Station Roll-Out Solar Array on the 1A power channel on the starboard truss of the station. So let's learn a little bit more about what the crew will do during today's spacewalk.
This video is for the ISS Roll-Out Solar Array, or IROSA, 1A install EVA. Steve Bowen, EV1 with the red stripes, egresses and receives a crew lock bag and puts it on his body restraint tether. EV2 with white stripes, Woody Hoberg, egresses with the crew lock bag on his body restraint tether and closes the thermal cover. EV1 translates up the forward face of the truss and goes starboard. He stops to configure safety tethers. EV2 follows a similar translation path and goes to the port crew equipment translation aid cart to temporarily stow his bag and retrieve an articulating portable foot restraint. Meanwhile, EV1 translates to the IROSA carrier, stows his bag, and retrieves his pistol grip tool. EV1 begins preparing IROSA for removal from the carrier, first releasing a restraint bolt on the upper IROSA. EV2 relocates the foot restraint and installs it on the space station's robotic arm. EV2 ingresses the foot restraint, and then the arm will move him away from the truss. EV1 translates to the lower IROSA and releases its first restraint bolt. He releases both anti-rotation devices back on the upper IROSA, and then will stow them in the crew lock bag. On the robotic arm, EV2 is flown over to access two sets of bolts on the boom end of the upper IROSA. The first two bolts will allow the boom deployment system rollers to be moved into place to help with the array deployment later in the spacewalk. The second two bolts will release two of four mechanisms that hold the IROSA in its rolled-up configuration. EV1 partially releases the upper IROSA's restraint bolt and installs the first of two handling aids called scoops and prep for removing IROSA from the carrier. The arm flies EV2 over to the hinge end of the upper IROSA, and both crew members work to release the final bolt holding it to the carrier. EV1 installs a second scoop, and EV2 lifts the IROSA off of the carrier. After several maneuvers on the robotic arm, EV2 will arrive at the 1A modkit worksite. During these maneuvers, EV1 will pick up the temporarily stowed bag from the port cart and reconfigure both crew's safety tethers, on his way to meet EV2 at the modkit. Both crew will then work to install IROSA onto the 1A mounting bracket. The crew will release the scoops, and EV2 will move into position to release the final bolt, holding IROSA in its folded position. Once released, EV1 will hold IROSA closed while EV2 egresses his foot restraint and gets into position. Both crew will then work together to unfold IROSA and secure the right side onto the mounting bracket. Once secured, EV2 will drive two hinge bolts that hold IROSA in the unfolded position. EV2 will then move away from IROSA to reconfigure a safety tether on the arm. EV1 works to drive 8 bolts to fully secure the IROSA to the mounting bracket. Both crew will then work to electrically connect the new IROSA to the ISS power system. They'll first attach 4 connectors to IROSA, then both will move to either side of the legacy array to disconnect the old array and connect a Y cable. This will allow power to flow from both the new IROSA and the legacy array to the space station power system. At At this point, EV1 moves into a deployment viewing position, and EV2 will release the final 2 bolts restraining IROSA in the undeployed position. IROSA will deploy over the next 6 to 10 minutes. During deployment, EV1 translates back to the IROSA carrier to reconfigure the carrier beams that previously held the upper IROSA. These beams need to be rotated out of the way to allow access to the lower IROSA on the second EVA. Once deployment is complete, EV2 will release 2 bolts that allow the IROSA blankets to become tensioned. EV2 then cleans up the mod kit worksite, retrieving his crew lock bag, and heads to the carrier to help EV1 with the carrier beams. The crew members will work together to release the bolts holding the beams in place. Then they will rotate the beams out of the way and secure them back down. This is the last task in the first EVA. Both crew will clean up the worksite and translate back to the airlock. They will clean up their tethers on the way. They will then work to ingress and begin repressing the airlock. This will finish the first of 2 EVAs.
And that was an overview of what we can expect during today's spacewalk. On your screen here on the top right, you see NASA astronaut Frank Rubio continuing to step through procedures to get the crew ready to head out of the airlock later this morning. And towards the lower left of your screen, you see United Arab Emirates astronaut Sultan Al Nayati. He's working alongside Rubio to prepare to get the simplified aid for EVA rescue or SAFER installed. Once the SAFERs are installed on both Hoburg and Bowen, the crew will move through the airlock and start depressurization procedures. Wow.
Copy, Frank. 0009.
Getting a good view inside the backside of the Extravehicular Mobility Unit, or EMU. Those are the spacesuits that the crew will be wearing during today's spacewalk. They're essentially a mini life support system and provide all of the environment, protection, mobility, and communications for the crew members during spacewalks. And as Rubio and Alnayati continue to step through those procedures, ahead of getting the crew ready to begin depressurization, we do have some statistics to go through today for our spacewalk. Today's spacewalk will be the 9th spacewalk for NASA astronaut Steve Bowen. He has a total spacewalking time of 54 hours and 19 minutes. And for NASA astronaut Woody Hoberg, this will be his very first spacewalk. Today's spacewalk will be the 264th spacewalk in support of space station assembly, maintenance, and upgrades, and will be the 7th space station spacewalk this year. And this will be the 5th spacewalk for Expedition 69.
This is station on 1 for step 11, time 1214.
And we copy, Frank.
And if you're just joining us this morning, we have 2 spacewalkers preparing to exit the International Space Station's Quest airlock to install a new ISS Roll-Out Solar Array. Those spacewalkers are NASA astronaut Steve Bowen, who you see in the center of your screen there.
Station on 1 for step 18, extended canisters are 0022 and 0020.
And copy, Frank. Good numbers.
And our other spacewalker today is NASA astronaut Woody Hoberg, who will be completing his very first spacewalk. Also in the equipment airlock is NASA astronaut Frank Rubio, as well as United Arab Emirates astronaut Sultan Al Nayati. They're continuing to step through procedures with the crew ahead of getting them into the crew airlock for the depressurization sequence. Back in the International Space Station Flight Control Room, the Orbit 2 team is ready to support today's spacewalk under the direction of Flight Director Diane Daly.
Station on 1 for step 21, time 1218.
And copy, Frank.
In addition to Flight Director Diane Daly, the rest of the Orbit 2 team is supporting here from Mission Control Houston as well. To her right at the Capcom console is the ground IV, and that is Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jenny Gibbons. She'll serve as the spacewalk communicator who will talk directly with the crew during the spacewalk, helping them choreograph timelines and procedures. And to her right is NASA astronaut Nick Hague, who is the Capcom. You'll hear him communicating with the crew up until the point of depressurization this morning, at which point the ground IV will take over communicating with our spacewalking duo. Everything continuing to go smoothly this morning. The next major milestone that we can look ahead to is the installation of the Simplified Aid for EVA Rescue, or SAFERS, essentially the Space Jetpack. This is installed as a precautionary measure in the very unlikely event that a crew member were to become untethered from the International Space Station. This jetpack would allow them to get back to the space station. Following SAFER installation, we can look ahead to depressurization. First, the crew will move to the crew lock section of the Quest airlock, and depressurization will occur in a two-stage fashion. First, the crew lock will be taken down to 5 pounds per square inch of pressure. At this point, they'll pause depressurization to do a systems check, and then
Station Houston on one.
And we are seeing Alneati and Rubio work together to install the safer.
Hey, Frank. I've got one go back for you. Step 8, we Ojo go. Your go to turn off the HECA. It's just, if you want to turn off HECAs on both EVs, that'd be great.
Thanks so much.
Again, Alneati and Rubio now working together to install the safer, simplified aid for EVA rescue on NASA astronaut Steve Bowen's spacesuit. And Rubio and Alneati working to get that safer installed on NASA astronaut Steve Bowen's spacesuit. For today's spacewalk, Bowen is designated EV1, and he'll be wearing the spacesuit with the red stripes, which you can see on your screen there. Woody Hoburg will be designated EV2 and will be wearing an unmarked spacesuit. Once both safers are installed, the next milestone that we can look ahead to is depressurization, and ultimately when the crew will then exit the International Space Station's Quest airlock. They'll then work together to install an upgraded International Space Station Roll-Out Solar Array on the 1A power channel on the starboard truss of the International Space Station. The IROSAs were delivered on a SpaceX Dragon cargo resupply craft on Monday to the space station. Rubio and Alniati continuing to get the safer, simplified aid for EVA rescue installed on NASA astronaut Steve Bowen's spacesuit. Following installation of the safer, Bowen will be moved to the crew airlock for depress. And Bowen now being moved into the crew airlock. Next up, Rubio and Alniati will work together to get Hoberg's safer installed. And Rubio and Alnayati now going to work together to get the safer installed on Hoberg's spacesuit. Again, he'll be designated EV2 and he's wearing the spacesuit with the unmarked spacesuit this morning. As Rubio and Alnayati continue to step through those procedures to get the safer installed, we can take a quick look ahead at what's to come. Following getting the safer installed, both crew will be moved into the airlock to begin the depressurization process. The depressurization of the airlock is done in a two-stage process. First, the crew lock will be taken down to 5 pounds per square inch of pressure. At this point, depressurization will be paused to do a systems check. Following this, depressurization will resume and continue all the way down to vacuum. Now, once vacuum is reached, the two spacewalkers will complete suit and communication checks before placing their spacesuit on internal battery power, which will officially mark the start of today's spacewalk. A U.S. spacewalk's start and end time is measured from the time the crew places their spacesuit on internal battery power all the way up until the time repressurization occurs, and they're back inside the crew lock following completion of their spacewalk. We are expecting today's spacewalk to last about 7 hours. And here in Mission Control Houston, NASA Flight Director Diane Daly did just pull the team of flight controllers on console, and everything is looking good. We are go for today's spacewalk. Rubio now going to work to get Bowen moved into the crew airlock. Hoburg, rather. Bowen currently is in the crew airlock already. Both Bowen and Hoburg now in the crew airlock. Once they get situated and everything looks good, we will see the hatch close and the depressurization process begin.
And Station Houston, when able, on 1.
Connect with you on 1.
Hey, Frank, we're trying to get in front of an LOS with some ground commanding. There's a couple steps that you're going to confirm later on we'd like to do early. That's step 76 and 77.
And that was the voice of...
Okay, and Nick, 76 and 77 are in good config. EMER MPEG is closed, and node 1 VAP is connected to the gamma cat.
Copy, Frank. Thanks for doing this.
And that was the voice of today's Capcom and NASA astronaut Nick Hague, calling up to Rubio, letting him know that there is a loss of signal coming up, giving them the go to step through a couple of procedures during that LOS.
And Station Houston on 1. No action for you. You can acknowledge with the thumbs up. We're going to command, so you go hot mic for the EV crew. And Station Houston, we're with you on 1. If you try to transmit last, I want to let you know the crew is going to go hot mic here shortly. And also, you've got to go in step 84.
Okay, Nick, copy. Crew will be hot mic'd and go on step 84. And Nick, just be advised, you're coming in a little bit weak. You're readable.
Copy all. And Station Houston, you are hot mic.
DB1 copies. DB2 copies.
And copy, we've got good voice, and just let you know we're 2 minutes out for a 12-minute LOS, and you are prime IV, and your go to press.
And Nick, I copy prime IV. Go to press. Thanks so much.
And we did just hear that confirmation from the ground that the crew is go to continue depressurization. First up, they'll close the hatch, which Alnayati and Rubio are working together to do, as you can see on your screen.
The flash is going to close. Good luck. We'll see you in a little bit.
Yep. Talk to you later. Thank you so much. Great job. Great job. Awesome.
And you did see that hatch just get closed. We are in an expected handover between ground stations. So we are not going to expect to have video of the crew on board the International Space Station for the next 11.5 minutes. However, we do know that they're going to continue the depressurization process as they have the go from the ground to do so. And if you're just joining us this morning, we have two spacewalkers who are suited up and in the process of working through depressurization procedures. Today they will exit the station's Quest airlock to install an upgraded IROSA, or International Space Station Roll-Out Solar Array, on the 1A power channel on the starboard truss of the International Space Station. We do have an animation to walk us through what we can expect our spacewalkers to complete today, so let's take a quick look.
This video is for the ISS Roll-Out Solar Array, or IROSA, 1A install EVA. Steve Bowen, EV1 with the red stripes, egresses and receives a crew lock bag and puts it on his body restraint tether. EV2 with white stripes, Woody Hoberg, egresses with the crew lock bag on his body restraint tether and closes the thermal cover. EV1 translates up the forward face of the truss and goes starboard. He stops to configure safety tethers. EV2 follows a similar translation path and goes to the port crew equipment translation aid cart to temporarily stow his bag and retrieve an articulating portable foot restraint. Meanwhile, EV1 translates to the IROSA carrier, stows his bag, and retrieves his pistol grip tool. EV1 begins preparing IROSA for removal from the carrier, first releasing a restraint bolt on the upper IROSA. EV2 relocates the foot restraint and installs it on the space station's robotic arm. EV2 ingresses the foot restraint, and then the arm will move him away from the truss. EV1 translates to the lower IROSA and releases its first restraint bolt. He releases both anti-rotation devices back on the upper IROSA, and then will stow them in the crew lock bag. On the robotic arm, EV2 is flown over to access two sets of bolts on the boom end of the upper IROSA. The first two bolts will allow the boom deployment system rollers to be moved into place to help with the array deployment later in the spacewalk. The second two bolts will release 2 of 4 mechanisms that hold the IROSA in its rolled-up configuration. EV1 partially releases the upper IROSA's restraint bolt and installs the first of 2 handling aids called scoops and prep for removing IROSA from the carrier. The arm flies EV2 over to the hinge end of the upper IROSA, and both crew members work to release the final bolt holding it to the carrier. EV1 installs a second scoop, and EV2 lifts the IROSA off of the carrier. After several maneuvers on the robotic arm, EV2 will arrive at the 1A mod kit worksite. During these maneuvers, EV1 will pick up the temporarily stowed bag from the port cart and reconfigure both crews' safety tethers, on his way to meet EV2 at the mod kit. Both crew will then work to install IROSA onto the 1A mounting bracket. The crew will release the scoops, and EV2 will move into position to release the final bolt, holding IROSA in its folded position. Once released, EV1 will hold IROSA closed while EV2 egresses his foot restraint and gets into position. Both crew will then work together to unfold IROSA and secure the right side onto the mounting bracket. Once secured, EV2 will drive 2 hinge bolts that hold iROSA in the unfolded position. EV2 will then move away from iROSA to reconfigure a safety tether on the arm. EV1 works to drive 8 bolts to fully secure the iROSA to the mounting bracket. Both crew will then work to electrically connect the new iROSA to the ISS power system. They'll first attach 4 connectors to iROSA, then both will move to either side of the legacy array to disconnect the old array and connect a Y cable. This will allow power to flow from both the new iROSA and the legacy array to the space station power system. At this point, EV1 moves into a deployment viewing position, and EV2 will release the final 2 bolts restraining iROSA in the undeployed position. iROSA will deploy over the next 6 to 10 minutes. During deployment, EV1 translates back to the iROSA carrier to reconfigure the carrier beams that previously held the upper iROSA. These beams need to be rotated out of the way to allow access to the lower iROSA on the second EVA. Once deployment is complete, EV2 will release 2 bolts that allow the iROSA blankets to become tensioned. EV2 then cleans up the mod kit worksite, retrieving his crew lock bag, and heads to the carrier to help EV1 with the carrier beams. The crew members will work together to release the bolts holding the beams in place. Then they will rotate the beams out of the way and secure them back down. This is the last task in the first EVA. Both crew will clean up the worksite and translate back to the airlock. They will clean up their tethers on the way. They will then work to ingress and begin repressing the airlock. This will finish the first of 2 EVAs.
And that is a high-level overview of what we can expect from today's spacewalk. If you're just joining us, 2 NASA astronauts are currently suited up and in the crew airlock and are working their way through depressurization procedures. Today's spacewalkers are NASA astronaut Steve Bowen, and today will be his 9th spacewalk, as well as NASA astronaut Woody Hoburg, who will be completing his first spacewalk. Bowen and Hoburg will venture outside for a spacewalk expected to last about 7 hours today, the focus of which will be on the starboard truss of the International Space Station to install and monitor the deployment of one of the iROSAs, or ISS Roll-Out Solar Array, both of which were delivered on a SpaceX Cargo Dragon resupply vehicle on Monday to the space station. And today's spacewalk is the 264th in support of space station assembly, maintenance, and upgrades. This is the 7th spacewalk in 2023 and the 5th spacewalk for Expedition 69. As we mentioned, it's the 9th spacewalk for Bowen, who has a cumulative spacewalking time of over 54 hours across 8 previous spacewalks. The iROSA that the crew will install today is 60 feet long and 20 feet wide. It shades a little more than half of the original or legacy arrays, which are 112 feet long by 39 feet wide. Each new iROSA produces more than 20 kilowatts of electricity, and once all the iROSAs are installed, it will enable a 30% increase in power production over the International Space Station's current arrays. and we are in a loss of signal period as we have a handover between satellites. However, we are expecting communications and video to be back here in less than a minute. During this loss of signal period, the crew has been stepping through procedures in order to work through depressurization of the airlock. This is done in a two-stage process. First, the crew lock goes down to 5 pounds per square inch of pressure, at which point that depressurization will be paused to do a systems check. And then following this, depressurization will resume to bring it all the way down to the vacuum. Now, once that vacuum is reached, the two spacewalkers will complete some additional suit and comm checks before placing their spacesuit on internal battery power, officially marking the start of today's spacewalk. And pressure inside of the crew lock is about 7.27 pounds per square inch. Again, we'll pause once that pressure reaches 5 pounds per square inch.
And Station Houston on 1, we're back with you, voice only.
Yes, we have you loud and clear. Copy, voice only. Thanks. And Stephen, what do you guys copy? You have about 100 millimeters of mercury to go.
Hey, viewing copy. Yes, Frank, I copy. I see airlock P 6.5. Yeah, I agree.
Pressure inside the crew lock now at 6.35 pounds per square inch of pressure. Now less than 6 pounds per square inch of pressure inside the crew lock. Again, once we do reach 5 pounds per square inch, that depressurization will be paused to do a systems check. Everything's still looking good for depressurization, now at 5.18 pounds per square inch of pressure inside the crew lock.
Woody, the next action is going to be for you. We have about 10 to go.
I copy, Frank, standing by.
Woody, depress pump, man ISO valve closed. Both of you can expect an alert tone.
Closed.
And copy closed. Okay, next thing we're going to do is a leak check. So you'll both take your switch display status until leak check question mark is displayed. Hold that for 2 seconds, and then follow the displayed instructions.
In work, UV1. UV2 in work.
And pressure inside the crew lock is now at 5 pounds per square inch of pressure. So you did hear those words about the systems check that are occurring now. Following the systems check, depressurization will resume and continue all the way down to vacuum. And once vacuum is reached, the 2 spacewalkers will complete some additional suit and communication checks before they place their spacesuit on internal battery power, officially marking the start of today's spacewalk. And following this, the crew will, of course, exit the airlock and begin working to get that IROSA installed.
Check complete, EV1. Moving to EVA. That'll be a minute. Same for EV2.
Copy, good. Leak check for both. Good news. And then correct, you both want your O2 actuators to EVA. Let me know when that's complete.
EV2's in EVA. EV1's in EVA.
The O2 actuator EVA for both Woody and Steve. Nice job. Woody, you're going to take the depress pump man ISO valve to open. Both of you can expect an alert tone.
Copy. Press pump man ISO valve is open.
Okay, emergency MPEV is also open. Both of you continue to monitor your suit pressure gauge. Make sure that it remains less than 5.5. Again, if it ever goes above 5.5, let us know and we'll stop the depress.
EV1 copy. EV2 copy.
Woody, the next action will be at 2 PSI.
Copy, I see it.
And those system checks looking good. Depressurization is continuing as expected. Pressure inside the crew lock now less than 4 pounds per square inch of pressure. Pressure inside the crew lock now approaching 3 pounds per square inch of pressure. And we are getting a view back inside of the equipment lock here, where NASA astronaut Frank Rubio on the left and United Arab Emirates astronaut Sultan Al Nayati continue to step through depressurization procedures with Hoberg and Bowen, who are inside the crew lock. Pressure inside the crew lock now at 2.68 pounds per square inch of pressure. Once vacuum is reached inside the crew lock, the two spacewalkers will complete additional suit and communication checks before they do place their spacesuit on internal battery power, which will mark the official start of today's spacewalk. A U.S. spacewalk start and end time is measured from the time the crew places their spacesuit on internal battery power.
And Woody, we're at 123, continuing to 103.
Copy, Frank, thanks. You see 2.1.
Now closing in on 2 pounds per square inch of pressure inside the International Space Station's crew lock.
Okay, Woody, we're at 103. Depress pump man ISO valve closed.
Closed.
Copy, closed. Woody on the UIA, switch depress pump power off, OFF.
Depress pump power is off.
Okay, guys, I will turn you over to Jenny for your initial tether config. And Jenny, you are prime.
Copy, I'm prime. Ready for the config.
Sounds great. Jenny, I'm in a great position to read you the config starting at the airlock D-ring extender.
Go.
All right. Airlock D-ring extender, I have my left waist tether, gate closed, locked, block on block. The waist tether small hook is on my left D-ring extender. Gate closed, locked, block on block. Also on my left D-ring extender, I have my red hook. Gate closed, locked, block on block. My red reel and green reels are both unlocked. The red reel's yellow hook is gate closed, lock, block on block to my green reel. My green reel's small green hook is gate closed, locked on my red reel. And the green reel's anchor hook goes to Steve's right waist tether. Okay, and that anchor hook and Steve's waist tether large hook are both gate closed, locked, block on block. Steve, over to you if you can see it. Yep. So we pick up with my waist tether, which is gate closed, slide and lock, big hook that you just verified. The small hook is gate closed, slide and lock on my D-ring extender. And then I have my safety tether, red hook, gate closed, slide and lock on my right D-ring extender. The yellow hook is gate closed, slide and lock to the green rail. Both reels are unlocked. I have the blank hook to my mini workstation. On my left-hand side, I have my left waist tether, gate closed, slide and lock, and to my left D-ring extender, small hook, gate closed, slide and lock. That's using a good config. All right, when can I? Here we go. So you need
Copy
to go
all. That
I need
is.
to get back so I can actually eventually open the hatch.
I copy all. We are in a good config.
Thanks so much, Jams, and good morning to you and the Orbit 2 team.
Good morning. We are happy to be here, excited to work with all of you.
And you are now hearing the voice of Jenny Gibbons, who is the ground IV. She'll be stepping through procedures with the crew during today's spacewalk. And that pressure inside the crew lock now at vacuum.
Woody and Steve, we're continuing the deep press here. It'll take a couple of more minutes. When the crew lock DPDT is approximately 0, expect an alert tone.
B1 copies. BB2 copies.
That pressure inside the crew lock is continuing to approach vacuum. It's now at 0.97 pounds per square inch.
Hey, you guys crushing it. Good luck out there. It's going to be fun to watch you guys do this.
Frank, we're depending on you. This is going to be good. You guys are going to work on this. It's going to work out really well. Frank, thanks so much. You guys did a fantastic job IVing this morning. Thanks so much for everything.
Our pleasure. We'll see you in a few hours.
Everything continuing to go smoothly this morning as NASA astronaut Woody Hoberg and Steve Bowen.
Tracking around 8 or 9 more minutes down to 0.5 psi.
And JA, that makes sense watching it go very slowly.
Sounds good.
Again, everything going smoothly so far this morning as we anticipate the spacesuits to be switched over to battery power here shortly as soon as those comm checks and system checks are completed. Following this, the crew will egress or exit the hatch after they open the thermal cover. And we are continuing to get views inside the International Space Station. You are seeing NASA astronaut Frank Rubio, who helped get Bowen and Hoberg suited up and ready to go this morning. All Nayati now floating into screen as well. Bowen and Hoberg are inside the crew lock, which continues to depress. now at 0.64 pounds per square inch, rapidly approaching vacuum. The goal of today's spacewalk is to install an upgraded IROSA, or International Space Station Roll-Out Solar Array, on the 1A power channel on the starboard truss of the space station. Today's IROSA installation will be the 5th installed on the space station. Pressure inside the crew lock now at 0.55 pounds per square inch of pressure. And pressure inside the crew lock now at 0.5 pounds per square inch of pressure.
Stephen Woody, we are at 0.5 psi. You are go to verify the EV hatch gauge is less than 0.6 psi and open the EV hatch.
And I see the ED hatch at 0.4.
Copy 0.4, your go.
All right, getting ready to open the hatch. All right, hatch is open. Valve is coming closed.
Copy, Steve.
Equalization valve is closed. Hatch is open, equalization valve is closed.
And we are hearing that the hatch is open. Pressure inside the crew lock now at vacuum. Both Hoberg and Bowen are now going to work together to egress or exit the airlock.
Copy, Frank. Emergency MPEV closed. Now we are in post-depress. Woody and Steve, on your DCMs, switch power to BAT, stagger your switch throws, and expect a warning tone.
All right, EV1 power to battery. Copy. EV2 going to battery. EV1 could restart blank, no bite. EV2 good restart blank, no bite.
Copy. We verified you have a functional display. Switch power EV1 and 2 to off, OFF on the UIA.
All right, UIA, power EV1 and 2, both off.
Copy. Check power EV1 and 2 LEDs. All 4 are off, OFF.
4 LEDs off.
Copy off. Switch display to Pro to verify functional display.
EV1 switch display functional. EV2 display functional.
Copy. 2 functional displays. You can disconnect your SCUs, install your DCM covers, and stow the SCUs in their pouches.
EV1 and work. EV2 and work. All right, EV1, correction EV2, SCU in the pouch. EV1 still getting his in the pouch?
Copy. EV1 and EV2 SCUs are in the pouches. On the check, depress pump menu, 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 pump.
Stand by. All right, EV1, TCV, max hot.
Copy. EV1.
EV2, TCV, max hot.
Copy. EV2. Switch water on.
EV1, water on. EV2, water on.
Check DCM blank byte off.
And at 8:25 a.m. Central Time this morning, the 264th spacewalk in support of station assembly maintenance and upgrades has begun.
Set your TCVs as desired. Report all subsequent changes to MCC.
EV1 set to 4. And EV2 also at 4.
Copy. Both TCVs set to 4. Report suit pressure gauge.
EV1 4.2. EV2 4.4.
Copy. 4.2 and 4.4. Set your visors as required. We have around 10 minutes till sunrise.
1 copy. 2 copies.
All right, with that, Steve, you can open the thermal cover. We'll have you stow the hook on the stiffener tether point, cinch the strap, and report Sharpie lines visible.
All right, I get my tethers back to where they belong. They were bouncing around a bit.
And we are expecting the thermal hatch cover to open momentarily.
Okay, hook is released. Connected and hold on.
And we are seeing that thermal cover begin to open.
Steve is preparing to egress. You can retrieve crew lock bag M. You'll be stowing this on your BRT and handing crew lock bag T out to Steve.
All right, Johnny, sounds great. All right, I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 lines visible.
Copy, Steve. That's a good config. Egress the airlock.
All right, heading outside.
And we are seeing NASA astronaut Steve Bowen egress the airlock. He's designated EV1 today, and he'll be wearing that spacesuit with the red stripe, so he's the first out of the airlock.
My bearings here. Steve, no rush at all, but I've got crew lock back to you when you're ready. Okay. Just give me a second.
Bowen is still inside the airlock. He'll egress here shortly, but first he's going to hand a crew lock bag to Steve.
Yeah, let me get my BRT ready. Sounds good. Steve, you have the bag. I have the bag. Is stowed on my BRT and locked.
Houston,
Right,
copy.
sounds great. Steve, awaiting your go to egress. All right. Trying to get my others clear. Like. All right, and you have a go to egress. Copy, go to egress. Thanks.
After egress, you can both turn on your HECAs and perform buddy checks.
Copy, Johnny. Thanks.
And next out of the airlock is going to be NASA astronaut Woody Hoberg, who is completing his very first spacewalk this morning. He'll be wearing the spacesuit with no stripes on it, the unmarked spacesuit, and his designation is EV2. Once both crew members are out of the airlock, they'll work to translate to their next location, but first they're going to turn the lights on their helmet cameras.
That sounds like the see everything pretty good. Okay, again.
Both crew members now out of the airlock.
All right. I'm gonna plan to be aft, Steve. All right, I'm coming back around the other way then. Sounds great. But I'm in a great spot for buddy checks if you want to do them here. Yeah, we'll just do them here. Okay, great. Thank you, Mike.
Houston's ready to copy buddy checks. Confirm your HECAs are on.
And I see. What are you saying this way? I see green light. Where's the other one? Your EMU is off. Is it? Okay. Goodbye. One. Separate handles down. Just getting my crew lock bag on. Yep, and just... All right, Steve. Ready when you are. All right, let me see. One thing left to check. Oh, your lights are pretty bright. Your TV still is not on yet. Hey, Andrew, hit the button. Oh, there it is. I see it now. Okay. Okay. And I see both safer handles down. I see 2 tabs up. And I see 2 green lights. And I see your lights are up. All right, Steve, for you, I see 2 mini workstation tabs and a BRT tab, all 3 up. I see a green WVS light and a green Hecker light. Your lights are on. Looking at tools and tethers. Put your bag on your BRT. And you're looking good, Steve. All right. I am. And let me check your safer handles. 1, 2, both down. Looking good. I'm starting off. My gloves look good, and I have a dry hat. And my gloves are good, and I have a dry hat as well.
Houston copies. Good buddy checks, good glove checks, and dry hats for both of you. You can tend the thermal cover closed, and Steve, you'll be translating to the anchor hook location. I have more words for you when you're on your way.
All right, give me 1 second. Get this cover closed, and then I'll be on my way. I got the cover, Steve. All right. Yeah. And Jenny, I'll have to hold on fully closing the cover for my waist tether.
Copy. Just tend to close for now. Thanks, Woody.
Copy.
And Bowen and Hoberg completed some initial checks to ensure everything is looking good on their suits. They're now going to get that thermal hatch cover closed.
Steve, I have a caution for you. Avoid contact with the deployed tusk cable.
Okay. Understand. Avoid contact with the tusk cable.
Good readback for you both for around 2 minutes to sunrise.
All right. What's my mile marker, by the way?
You're looking for the FHRC, so S1 FHRC.
Okay, on my way.
And Hoberg is getting the thermal cover closed. Meanwhile, Bowen is translating up the forward face of the truss.
Steve, that mile marker is 6300.
6300, thank you.
Once the thermal cover is closed, Hoberg is going to follow a similar translation path, but he's going to stop at the port crew equipment translation aid cart, and he's going to pick up an articulating portable foot restraint. This is going to be required for him later in the spacewalk when he steps into it on the Canadarm2.
This is where you'll place your anchor hook. It's the nadermost handrail under the FHRC. We're looking for the nader stanchion.
All right, nader stanchion. My blank hook, gate closed slider locked. To the green reel, which is unlocked. The yellow hook is locked, gate closed slider locked. The red reel is unlocked. To my right D-ring extender. Which is gate closed slider locked. And the green hook between the green and red jet wheels is gate closed slider locked.
Copy. That's a good config, Steve. We need Woody's anchor hook on handrail 3247, which is the zenith handrail. just above yours.
Okay, that's in work. All right, okay. Woody's hooked. We close, flyer locked. Let's see, turning back to the airlock.
Copy, that is a good load path for Woody. You can give Woody the go to release his waist tether.
And would you have a go to release your waist tether? Steve, I copy, picking it up.
Steve, you can now translate to the FSE work site. You'll be dropping your green hook on S3, handrail 3011, which is nadir of the port Cedar cart.
3011. Out there now.
Copy. Steve, or Woody, excuse me. Once that's complete, you can close the thermal cover.
You broke up your jams, but close thermal cover.
Copy. Woody, once that's complete, you can translate. You are headed to the crew lock bag stowage location on the port Cedar cart.
All right, Johnny, I copy. Thanks.
Steve, when ready, I have cautions and a warning for you.
Okay, stand by. All right, ready to listen.
Warning, grapple shafts and curvet coupling are no touch. And cautions, no aggressive movements or quick grabs on the FSE. Translate slowly. Wait for motion to dampen out before imparting loads. And do not contact the IROSA blankets.
All right, I understand and copy all.
And with the thermal cover closed, Hoburg is now working to translate to the flight support equipment work site. This is essentially a pallet that is currently holding the IROSAs.
Green wheel is coming to 3011. Green hook, I should say.
I copy your green hook on handrail 3011.
3011 or 3011?
3011.
Okay.
Following this, Steve, you'll be translating onto the FSE via the POA.
And the crew is running about 10 minutes ahead of today's timeline. Today's spacewalk is unique in that once the International Space Station Roll-Out Array, or IROSA, is installed, cables will need to be mated during an eclipse portion, so this spacewalk is very carefully choreographed to ensure that this timing takes place as necessary. And you are seeing this view from the helmet cam of NASA astronaut Woody Hoburg, who is completing his first spacewalk today. He's continuing to translate or make his way over to the pallet where the IROSAs are installed.
Crew log bag M on port Cedar cart, nadir handrail.
Copy, Jams.
He's currently at the port Cedar cart where he's going to temporarily drop off one of his crew lock bags. And he's also going to pick up an APFR, an articulating portable foot restraint, which will allow him to step into and ride on the Canadarm2. Hoberg will be carrying the IROSA while he's on the Canadarm2 in order to move it over to be installed. Today's solar array will be installed on the 1A power channel on the starboard truss of the International Space Station.
"30 seconds to a short handover."
And we are in a brief expected handover between satellites, but we'll regain communications and video with the crew during their spacewalk here momentarily.
Steve, Woody, I'm back with you after the handover.
Jetty, I copy. Can I see that small bushing on the Solar Rosa? I'm passing it.
Copy, you have eyes on the FOD. Thanks, Steve. Woody, you will be picking up the APFR in WIF 3. Looks like you're already there. Should have an ingress aid.
And it does.
And this view from NASA astronaut Woody Hoberg's helmet camera as he works to pick up the articulating portable foot restraint from the port CETA cart.
Danny, just reporting the locking paddles on this ATFR is very sticky.
Copy, sticky locking collar, Woody.
Working on it. The paddle.
Copy the paddles. Woody, this is in line with what we expect for this APFR.
Okay, I copy. E2 TCV7.
Copy, a TCV of 2 for Woody.
-7.
Copy, 7.
Sure. All right, just confirming that the adjustable large small goes to 0008, and the integral goes to the upper handrail.
Affirm, that's right. Steve, that handrail should be 13. Once that's done, I'll take a glove inspection hap check.
All right, let me get this in place.
And While Hoburg works to secure that articulating portable foot restraint after grabbing it from the port seat of cart, we are going to hear Bowen complete a glove and hap check.
On your VRT, you're headed to the inboard ingress location.
The hap is the helmet absorption pad, and this is checked regularly throughout the spacewalk along with the gloves just to ensure that everything is performing as expected. With the articulating portable foot restraint now in hand, Hoburg is going to work to install it on the Canadarm2.
All right, I've got the integral on 0013 and the large small adjustable on 008.
Copy.
Just back up a little bit.
Woody, I have your next step, working with Frank to GCA to the published APFR install position.
All right, James, I agree. Steve, do you need the comm? Just for 1 second, I'm going to head over to R5 on the upper. And I see it. And what are my settings there, Jenny, if I'm going to lose comm?
And Steve, can you confirm that you've picked up the PGT, left the RET on the bag, so that's now on your swing arm, and I need a glove inspection hat check.
Okay, you did the glove inspection hat check first.
And we were getting a view there briefly of the IROSAs, and there we see it again here, the International Space Station Roll-Out Arrays. There's two on that pallet on the very left of your screen. One of them is going to be installed today, and the other will be installed on June 15th. We're also getting a view of the Canadarm2, which Hoburg will be utilizing today when he moves the IROSA to the 1A power channel.
Give me 1 second. All right, Jenny, I have the PGT, and you want me to leave this rat on here, correct?
Affirm, leave the RET on your swing, or leave the RET on the bag and RET swap to the swing arm RET.
All right, that's going to work. If you give me the PGT settings, I can give the comm to please.
Bravo 2, counter 2.
Bravo 2, counter 2. All right, I'll let you know if we get contact before I've done, if I haven't done it yet.
Copy, and that was a good readback.
Steve, you good? I am Jared Woody. You guys have the comm. Copy, thanks.
And also in your frame there you can see a Dragon vehicle that actually brought up the ISS Roll-Out Solar Arrays. That Dragon docked to the International Space Station on Monday.
Awareness is going to be bringing the arm towards you. That is station.
Following the docking, the ISS Roll-Out Solar Arrays were removed from Dragon's trunk and placed on that pallet that you just saw there. And next, our spacewalkers are going to work to remove that first IROSA solar array by removing some bolts and working through some procedures to loosen it up before it can be hand carried by Hoburg on the robotic arm.
Half a meter to go.
Continue.
Copy, continue. $20 to go.
Continue to publish.
10 to go, continue to publish. And ramping out. Okay, Woody, that is our published position. How's that looking?
All right, Sultan, can you please give me 50 centimeters station nadir?
Copy, Woody, half a meter station nadir in work.
Thank you. I see good motion.
Copy, good motion. Okay, 30 centimeters to go.
Continue.
Continuing. Okay, ramping out. Okay, Woody, that is half a meter station nadir.
Copy, Sultan. That is GCA complete. That's a perfect position.
Right, copy, GCR complete, and brakes are coming on.
Copy, brakes on. And I'll be installing the APFR.
Woody, we're looking
That's
for...
affirmative. You are go to install the APFR.
Woody, we're looking
Copy,
for
go.
a clocking of 12.
Copy, clocking 12, and I already confirmed Papa, Fox 6 set.
Good settings. Steve, I'm back with you.
Thanks, Jim.
About 5 turns, 502, counterclockwise 2, and releasing R5.
Copy. The boat will spring out when fully released, and you'll see a white line indicator. Expect 18 to 20 turns.
Hoberg continuing to step through procedures to get that articulating portable foot restraint installed on the Canadarm2. This articulating portable foot restraint, or APFR, allows him to click his spacewalking boots into it so that he can ride aboard the Canadarm2. He'll be carrying the IROSA while he does so.
Any APFRs installed in the arm. Clocking at 12, Papa, Fox 6. Colors black on black, good pull twist test, and the pitch knob can be depressed.
Copy, Woody. Good checks. Now we'll need you to perform a safety tether swap to the arm. Let me know when your yellow hook is on the SSRMS tether point, and I'll take your checks.
All right, sounds good, Jenny.
All right, that bolt is released. I got 27 turns. I let it do a couple of bumps so that it would verify that it was clear.
Copy. 27 turns, and the bolt is fully released. Can you see a white line indicator?
And there's a white line indicator.
Copy. You can stow your PGT.
And we are currently in an expected handover between our satellites. We do have communications with the crew, however, we do not have video at this moment, but we'll regain it.
Copy. Translate to stanchion Bravo.
Hoberg has completed installing the APFR on the robotic arm.
All right, Jenny, my yellow hook is gate closed, locked, black on black for the SSRMS tether point. Green hook is stowed on mile marker 6360, and that green reel is unlocked.
Copy, Woody. That is a good config. Ensure that Steve's tether is clear of your green hook, and then you can work with Frank to get to the ingress position.
All right, let me get eyes on Steve's tether. It's well clear. And I am in a great config for APFR ingress. No GCA needed.
Okay, Woody, we are copy, and brakes are still on. You are go for APFR ingress.
Copy. Brakes on. Go for ingress. Thank you. Sultan.
Woody, you need to attach a waist tether to the ingress aid.
Yep, in work, Jams. Thanks.
And Steve, say again if I missed a call from you.
I'm at Station Bravo.
And Hoburg has successfully gotten that articulating portable foot restraint installed on the Canadarm2. He's now going to work to click his boots into the articulating portable foot restraint and ingress it. This will allow him to fly on the Canadarm2. And you are seeing him work to ingress that APFR on your screen right there.
Lower Rosa R5. All right, so I've got Bravo 2, counterclockwise 2, going to R5, and looking for full release and a white indicator.
Good word, Steve. Expect 18 to 20 turns I have written here.
All right, 18 to 20 turns. Okay. And Steve, I'm going to look for the comm again when you have a chance. All right, you can take the comm. Thanks. It's Sultan. I'm ready for truss back off.
Right, copy. Woody, you are ready and brakes are coming off.
Copy, brakes off.
Woody, check your tools and tethers are clear. We need you to confirm that.
Thanks, James. Yep, tools and tethers are all clear.
Copy. I agree. You are go to proceed. Woody, we also are hearing that your left safer handle might be up. We need you to check both of them.
Got it. Your team was correct. And both safer handles are down.
Copy. Both safer handles down on Woody. Thank you. You guys are doing great on time.
Right, Woody, ready when you are. We're going to bring you first station forward about 80 centimeters and then station later 3 meters and 60 centimeters.
Ron, I'm ready for all of that. You go.
Then starting motion, station forward.
Good motion, Sultan.
Copy, good motion.
And as you can see on your screen now, Hoburg now being moved while in that articulating portable foot restraint on the Canadarm. That Canadarm is being operated by United Arab Emirates astronaut Sultan Al Nayati, who is inside the International Space Station. Hoburg is going to be translated to a better position to help NASA astronaut Steve Bowen remove some bolts and an anti-rotation device which will enable the IROSA to be released from the pallet. Following this, Hoburg will hand carry it while on the Canadarm2 over to the 1A worksite.
Okay, 2 meters to go.
Continue.
Okay, continue. Okay, 1 meter to go.
And this view from NASA astronaut Woody Hoburg's helmet cam as he is on the Canadarm2. Looks like he's taking this opportunity to get some truly out-of-this-world photography.
And ramping out.
That looks good, Sultan.
Okay, Woody, just a heads up. Next, we're going to take you to the Volt Axis join OCAS. That'll be 2 minutes and a half.
I'm ready for that. Okay, thanks, Sultan. Okay, Jenny, I've got Bravo 3, counterclockwise 2 set up. There were 20 turns on the lower Irosa with a good white band.
Copy, I understand R5 on the lower Irosa is released with 20 turns. You should be pretty much at the bolts for C2. We are going to work on releasing these anti-rotation devices, so you can attach an adjustable equipment tether and from your small trash bag to the ARD tether point.
Okay, let me get that done.
You are ready when you are for the join OCAS.
I'm ready, Sultan, thanks.
Then starting motion.
Copy. Good motion, Sultan.
Good motion.
And Hoburg continuing to be moved on the Canadarm2. Meanwhile, Bowen is working with the pistol grip tool, or PGT, to release bolts. This is a restraint bolt. Next up, he's going to work on releasing the anti-rotation devices. All of this is in preparation for ultimately removing the International Space Station Roll-Out Solar Array from this carrier, this pallet that it is temporarily stowed on. And as Hoburg continues to make his way over to his first work site, the International Space Station is currently flying 258 statute miles off the coast of Nova Scotia over the North Atlantic Ocean.
Woody, we need you to repower your HECA.
Copy. Power off, then power back on. You got it. Oh, actually, Jenny, I just pressed the power button and I see a green light, so it should be on now.
Yes, we just needed you to power it on. That's correct. It was knocked off earlier.
Okay, copy.
Getting a really great view here of Woody Hoburg in the articulating portable foot restraint.
Counterclockwise 2.
Good readback.
To 10 turns, correct?
Yes, 10 turns only. A reminder, these are not captive, so we only want to release 10 turns.
10 turns only.
And in Hoberg's hand, you can see the PGT or pistol grip tool. This is essentially the space drill. It's going to be utilized a lot throughout today's spacewalk, first to remove the IROSA from the pallet and then to reinstall it on the 1A power channel.
Copy. Thanks, James. Good reminder. I have Alpha 4 counter 2 set for R1 and R2.
Those are good settings, Woody. It doesn't matter to us which of these bolts you do first, but the bolt will spring out when it's fully released. You have the same settings for both of them.
Copy, thanks. All right, I get 8.8 turns.
Copy. That was 8 turns.
Let's see if we can...
Steve, and you can remove the ARD, and then we'll be torquing back this bolt.
All right, pulling the ARD off. I can set Sultan, I'm ready for in-off removal.
Okay, Woody, we're need a few seconds to set up our values here.
Take your time. Yeah, that ARD is removed.
Copy, ARD removed. Your settings are Bravo 1 clockwise 2, and you'll be driving this stop block bolt to torque.
Bravo 1 clockwise 2. That's set.
Good settings.
Bravo. One clockwise 2.
Woody, you ready for the next motion? So it's going to be body N, meter and 60 centimeters.
Tom, that sounds great. You go for that motion.
Copy, go and start the motion then.
We are 48 minutes into today's spacewalk, and NASA astronauts Steve Bowen and Woody Hoberg are continuing to work together to remove bolts from the International Space Station Roll-Out Solar Array in order to release it so that it can be carried on the Canadarm2. To step through the next set of procedures is I'm going to hand it over to my colleague, Anna Schneider, who's going to step through the next set of procedures with you.
On the torque. That's all right. Yeah.
Okay, 1 meter to go, Woody.
Continue.
Continue.
All right, Steve, I copy 11 foot-pounds and a green light. Could you say turn count again?
Turn count was 0.5.
Half a meter to go.
Continue.
Copy, continue.
We're just checking on those turns, Steve.
The bumper rolled on top of the mount. You might not get as many turns as you might have expected. Okay, still trying stop motion. But you can look at it. It's on there nice and snug.
Woody, we are in the published position and you are go for unbolting.
See where it's on there. Copy. It's not turning. It's on the bump. It's on the mount. It didn't go past the mount. You see it?
Now you can see NASA astronaut Woody Hoberg beginning to release the R bolts.
All right, Steve, I'm sorry, one more time. We're going to have you say what you saw on those turns and whether you and we'll have you translate to stanchion Charlie for the Charlie 1 ARD.
Okay, and no Charlie for
The bolts that Hoburg is working on are on the boom end of the upper IROSA, or International Space Station Roll-Out Solar Array. The first two bolts will allow the boom deployment system rollers to be moved into place to help with the array deployment later in the spacewalk.
And we see you rotating the deployment system.
Bolt sprung out, and it was 9.5 on R2.
Copy, 9.5. That is a good bolt release, Woody. We need you to access R3 and R4 next. You can GCA if you need to. I have new settings for you, and as a reminder, these will be the 245 turn bolts, so we need you in a good body position.
You just heard confirmation that Woody Hoburg successfully released 2 of the bolts, and he's moving on to the second set.
And Woody, we are ready.
Okay, Sultan, 0.5 meter station, correction, 0.5 meter body down.
And we copy 0.5 meter body down. Okay, starting motion.
Copy. Good motion.
Copy, good motion.
You're hearing some conversation between NASA astronaut Woody Hoburg and UAE astronaut Sultan Al-Niyadi, who is inside the space station operating the robotic arm as he moves Woody Hoburg down a little bit to access the next set of bolts.
Okay, you can ramp out.
Stopping out. Motion stop.
GCA complete.
Copy, GCA complete.
Steve, once in position, you can tether to the ARD tether point, and then I have settings for you for the stop block bolt.
Complete. And I'm ready for settings.
Bravo 3, counter 2, 10 turns only.
Bravo 3, counter 2. And Jenny, I have Alpha 3, clockwise 3 for R3.
Copy Alpha 3 for clockwise 3. Verify your PGT turn count is 0.
Confirm it's 0.
Copy PGT turn count is 0. You can release R3.
Copy. Starting turns.
Copy, Woody.
The second set of bolts that Woody Hoburg is currently working on will release 2 of 4 mechanisms that hold the ISS Roll-Out Solar Array in its rolled-up configuration. When folded, the IROSA measures approximately 10 feet by 2 feet by 4 feet.
Got 8 turns. And it's loose. Pull the ARD.
Copy 8 turns on the ARD, or on the stop block bolt, you can remove the ARD.
And that's removed, the ARD is removed. Ready for settings to drive back in.
Bravo 1, clockwise 2.
Bravo 1, clockwise 2.
30 seconds from short handover.
While NASA astronaut Woody Hoburg continues to work on those bolts, NASA astronaut Steve Bowen continues to work on the anti-rotation device.
Copy, Steve. You've driven the stop block bolt, 12.1 torque, 7 turns, and a green light. Steve, I'm back with you after the handover, 12.1 torque, 7 turns and a green light. You can stow the ARDs in the crew lock bag.
All right, heading over there.
NASA astronaut Steve Bowen has released both of the ARDs, or anti-rotation devices, and will begin stowing them in his crew lock bag. Here on the screen, we continue to see NASA astronaut Woody Hoberg work on releasing the second set of bolts on the boom end of the upper IROSA.
All right, ARDs going in. And I think I pull out the tool, the socket caddy.
Affirm, Steve. Those are good, good words. We need the 5/8 12-inch wobble on your PGT, and you can stow the 7/16 on the socket caddy.
All right, and I'll put that in work. The ARD is nice and stuffed in here.
Copy. With
Jenny, 245 turns, R3, turkey timer popped out.
Copy, 245 turns on R3 with the turkey timer popped out. Your settings are alpha 3 turns on R3 with the turkey timer popped out. Your settings are alpha 3, counter 3 for R4.
Alpha 3, counter 3, set 0 turns on the PGT.
Here go.
Starting turn.
NASA astronaut Woody Hoberg is currently working on the last of the 4 bolts. These last 2 bolts release 2 of 4 mechanisms that hold the IROSA, or ISS Roll-Out Solar Array, in its rolled-up configuration.
The 12-inch wobble is good. Pull test on the feather caddy, going for the 5/8 12-inch.
Steve, I copy a good pull test on the 7/16 12-inch on the socket caddy.
That's correct. All right, good pull test on the 12-inch 5/8 wobble on my PGT.
All right, and good pull test on the 5/8-inch, 12-inch on your PGT. Steve, now we will be breaking torque on the IROSA FSE bolt. You can translate to bolt Charlie 1, which is stanchion Charlie. Should be right next to you.
Charlie 1 right next to me. All right, there's Charlie 1.
We'll be breaking torque on this bolt, less than half a turn. Your settings are Bravo 3, counter 2.
Bravo 3, counter 2.
Good words.
And I will get myself in a good position. All right, Bravo 3, counterclockwise 2.
Good words.
Less than half a turn, correct?
Affirm. And big picture for all crew, we are about a minute and a half from an LOS. We have voice comm for the first 5 minutes, and for the last 5 minutes, I'm still prime IV. I will hand over to Frank when I need to.
And Jenny, if you want copies, and I had 0.54 turns on C1.
Copy. Torque broken on C1. You can translate to C2.
Jenny, I copied R4 release 245 turns, turkey timer out.
Copy, Woody. Great job. R4 release, 245 turns, and you see the turkey timer. You can work with Frank to move to the carrier back off.
You just heard confirmation that NASA astronaut Woody Hoburg finished releasing the 4th bolt. That bolt was holding the IROSA in its rolled up configuration.
Woody, and this is basically bring you body out 1 meter 60 centimeters, and that is station forward.
You also heard them reference something called a turkey timer. That is basically just a status indicator to ensure that the bolts are fully released. We are now in an expected handover that will last about 15 minutes. We are currently about 1 hour and 5 minutes into today's spacewalk. It began at 8:25 Central Time this morning, 9:25 a.m. Eastern Time, when the spacesuit switched to battery power. Steve Bowen, who is EV1 with the red stripes, egressed the crew lock and received a crew lock bag, and then EV2, who is Woody Hoburg, followed him shortly after. Bowen then translated up the forward face of the truss and went starboard, configuring his safety tethers on the way, and then Hoberg followed a similar path, but went to the port crew equipment translation aid, or CETA cart, to temporarily stow his bag and retrieve the articulating portable foot restraint. Bowen then translated to the IROSA, or International Space Station Roll-Out Solar Array carrier, stowed his bag, and retrieved the pistol grip tool. Bowen began preparing the IROSA for removal from the carrier, first releasing a restraint bolt on the upper IROSA. Meanwhile, Woody Hoberg relocated the foot restraint and installed it on the space station's robotic arm. From there, Woody Hoberg ingressed the foot restraint, and then the arm moved him away from the truss and towards the work site. Bowen translated to the lower IROSA and released its first restraint bolt, and then released both anti-rotation devices on the upper IROSA and stowed them in the crew lock bag. While on the robotic arm, Woody Hoberg was flown over to access two different sets of bolts on the boom end of the upper IROSA. The first two bolts allowed the boom deployment system rollers to be moved into place to help with the array deployment later in the spacewalk, and then the second two bolts released two of four mechanisms that hold the IROSA in its rolled-up configuration. The goal of today's spacewalk is to install an IROSA, or International Space Station Roll-Out Solar Array, to augment power generation for the 1A power channel on the space station's starboard truss. The new solar arrays measure 60 feet long by 20 feet wide once they're deployed, and shade a little more than half of the original solar arrays, which are 112 feet long by 39 feet wide. Each new IROSA produces more than 20 kilowatts of electricity, and once installed will enable a 30% increase in power production over the station's current arrays. There's about 6 minutes left in this 15-minute loss of signal before we'll return to seeing Steve Bowen and Woody Hoberg working on today's spacewalk. Once we're back, we'll see Steve Bowen working on releasing the upper IROSA restraint bolt and installing the first two handling aids called scoops in preparation for removing the IROSA or International Space Station Roll-Out Solar Array from the carrier. Currently aboard the International Space Station, we have the Expedition 69 crew, which includes NASA astronauts Frank Rubio, who is inside the space station helping with today's spacewalk. Also inside the space station is UAE astronaut Sultan Al-Niyadi and Roscosmos cosmonauts Sergei Prokopyev and Dmitry Petelin. And then, of course, our spacewalkers today are NASA astronauts Steve Bowen and Woody Hoberg. Here in the room, we have Flight Director Diane Daly at the helm, and she goes by the call sign Horizon Flight. And then serving as the prime ground IV, we have Ginny Gibbons. There's about 1 minute left in this loss of signal, and then we'll quickly return to seeing what Woody Hoberg and Steve Bowen are progressing. Today's spacewalk is the 264th spacewalk in support of space station assembly, maintenance, and upgrades, and the 7th spacewalk out of the space station for this year.
Todd, I'm ready to
You have 40 centimeters to go. Start.
good motion.
Good motion.
So during that loss of signal, Steve Bowen released the upper IROSA restraint bolt and installed the first 2 handling aids called scoops in preparation for removing the IROSA from the carrier.
Clear, continue.
You can now hear some discussion between NASA astronaut Woody Hoberg, who is on the Canadarm Robotic 2, and UAE astronaut Sultan Al Niyadi, who is inside the space station maneuvering the arm.
So is that looking, Woody, do you want any further GCA?
Yep, assessing. Stand by. Tom, could I please go body down about 20 centimeters?
They are flying Woody Hoberg to the hinge end of the upper IROSA. Once there, both Woody Hoberg and Steve Bowen will work to remove the final bolts holding it to the carrier, and then Steve Bowen will install a second scoop, and Woody Hoberg will then lift it off of the carrier.
Holding.
And Sultan, that's a great spot. GA complete.
Copy, GCA complete, and that was 15 centimeters body down.
Perfect.
We copy GCA complete. Woody, attach a RET to the scoop, which is on IROSA.
Okay, James, I have a RET on the scoop on IROSA, left side.
Copy. Warning for both of you.
Okay, Jenny,
Steve, go.
I have the first scoop on my mini workstation. It's a long duration tie down tether. Do I need to bring the RET with that, or do I leave the RET? Transfer to Woody's RET. And be adjustable as well.
You can leave the RET. You'll stow it on your mini workstation, and Woody will use a RET from his mini workstation in order to tether to it.
Okay, so understand.
We can get ahead on our checks here. So a warning for both of you, do not release C1 until I give you the go.
Copy. Copy.
I'll take a glove inspection and HAP check from Woody.
There's no change to the gloves. Top is dry. I can also report visor down, glove heaters on, TCV set reference.
Copy. Good glove inspection and HAP check. Cooling, visor, glove heaters are set. Check gauntlets down.
They're both down.
Check tools and tethers are clear, and your ingress aid is clear.
Tools, tethers, and ingress aid all clear.
Check heels secure in the APFR.
Yeah, and James, did you guys happen to get eyes on my heels just for positive confirmation there? Or can Steve see them?
Checking. Woody, we do not have eyes on your feet, but Steve could potentially check if you need.
Hold on, it's going to take a bit to rotate here. Okay, I'm feeling quite confident, so I think you look pretty good, Woody. I think they're in. Yeah, I agree. All right, heels are secure, James. Thanks.
Copy, Woody. Those are good checks. We will pause here.
Copy.
And, Benny, when I transfer, I am not transferring the adjustable to Woody, just the scoop and the long duration tie-down feather, and I keep the adjustable with me to pick them up later, correct?
Checking, Steve.
I think it's just a scoop and a long duration.
I do too, but I want to make sure.
Yeah, that's right, Steve. So there's
the...
no requirement to take the adjustable with you. You can have it if you want, but we just need the scoop and the long duration tie-down tether bundled together and the ret swap to Woody's mini workstation.
Okay. Understand. And Woody, if you have a rat, I can give you...
I sure do. Here's a rat. I don't know if you can reach me. Oh, yeah, you can send that over here.
I got several things on there right now, so...
Okay. See it? So goal is to get this rat on the scoop?
Yeah.
Okay, it is on, so scoop...
Okay, you can release that adjustable then.
You got it.
Keep the long duration.
Is coming back.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, let me get that clipped on here. And I will get set up.
Copy. We have a couple of additional checks here as well. We need a glove inspection and HAP check from Steve and a buddy check of each other's helmets for signs of water.
You have your visor down. Yeah, Steve, your helmet?
Actually, stay right there, Steve. Okay, I have a good view into Steve's helmet. I can see his HAP and his HAP absorption band, and I see no signs of water.
I agree.
Copy.
Steve, I'll flip my visor up for you.
And I see no signs of water. I see your helmet absorption band and no indication of water. Looks good.
Great.
My gloves are the same. They're still good, and my HAP is dry.
Copy. We have good checks. And as a reminder, Woody, we track you holding that scoop at this time. It needs to be redded to you, but Steve needs to be holding it. He will be the one installing it after C1 release.
Yep, concur.
All right, let me go to the home fort area. Thank you.
Yep.
We are now about 1 hour and 27 minutes into today's spacewalk. Before Woody Hopeberg and Steve Bowen remove the final bolt holding the IROSA to the carrier, they're performing a series of glove and HAP checks.
EVA. You are both doing great on time. We are an hour up.
All right, copy that.
All right, great, James. Thanks.
All right, next as written, I have Steve releasing Charlie 1 fully. Woody, you are going to maintain control of IROSA as he releases that bolt and installs the scoop.
Okay, Jan, sounds good. I've got IROSA.
All right, I need settings.
Bravo 3, counter 3, fully release C1. The bolt will spring out. Expect 26 turns.
Bravo 3, counterclockwise 3, and about 26 turns, and both should spring out. All right, that's starting right now.
Good words.
You just heard the ground IV here in the room, Jenny Gibbons, speak with the NASA astronauts outside the space station, Woody Hoburg and Steve Bowen. They were given the go to release the IROSA. So both crew members are now working to remove the final bolt holding the IROSA to the carrier. Bowen will then install a second scoop while Hoburg lifts the IROSA off of its carrier.
All right. I got 27 turns. Got to come off. I think I need to turn a few more, but not 3 of this bolt.
Copy, 27 turns,
So
going for more.
Turns. Right now, that seems very loose. I got an additional 10 turns. How does it feel, Woody? Yeah, I think it's, it feels, yeah, quite loose. Okay. Just go with PGT and get the scoop in place. That's great.
Good words.
All right, I have the scoop locked on, and I hope that's a good config, Woody. That's great, Steve. I have IROSA. You have IROSA.
Ground copies, we agree we're in a good config. Steve, we need you at the grapple tower to assist with this GCA. Make sure IROSA clears the grapple fixture, and I have cautions and a warning for both of you when ready.
All right, I am in a good position to watch clearances from the grapple fixture, and ready for warnings.
Caution, prior to removing IROSA, ensure the FSE is not moving. Steve, you stay still on the FSE during the release. And warning, don't put your fingers in or around any of the pin slots mounted on the inside and outside of the root beam. With that, I will let you work together to release IROSA. To do that, Woody, you will be sliding IROSA away from you to release from the FSE pin slot interface.
Okay, James, I believe that has already happened. I think so, too.
Copy.
I still have control of it. We're looking good.
All right.
I'm ready for GCA.
You're go to work with
Steve,
Frank.
over to you for GCA. All right, Frank, if you're ready, I'm ready for the IROSA back off position. I've got a good eye on the tower, and I'm looking for this to go straight. And Woody, it's drifting a little bit toward the tower. You want to bias it a little back. Okay, that's fine. Good. Ready to go, Frank.
Right, Steve, we copy, and for this motion, we expect about 4 meters, and for Woody, it's going to be bodied down.
Okay. Great.
And we are starting motion.
You heard confirmation that NASA astronaut Steve Bowen has installed the second scoop onto the carrier, and Woody Hoburg has lifted it off of the carrier. There will now be several maneuvers with Hoburg on the robotic arm, and then he will arrive at the 1A mod kit worksite. During these maneuvers, Steve Bowen will pick up the temporarily stowed crew lock bag from the port cart and reconfigure both of his safety tethers on his way to meet Hoburg at the mod kit.
We are clear of the pin. Continue.
Continuing, we have 3 meters to go.
Continue.
I'll continue.
Houston copies. Since we are clear of the grapple tower, and this is a procedure to published position, I'm going to pick up comm with Steve. Steve, perform a socket swap. I need the 5/8 12-inch wobble on the socket caddy and the 2-inch from your trash bag on your PGT.
Understand, the 5/8 going to the socket caddy, the 2-inch from my trash bag coming on my PGT.
Good words. I'll take pull tests for everything, and then you will be cleaning up the crew lock bag with everything inside of it, doors facing the FSE.
Understand.
From this view, you can see NASA astronaut Woody Hoberg attached to the space station's robotic arm as he moves away with the International Space Station Roll-Out Solar Array.
Meters published.
Continue.
Are we continuing? And ramping out.
Copy.
Okay, that is the public position, Woody, and just a heads up, our next motion is going to be the IROSA pitch join of all counts of 2.5 minutes.
Copy, so on, I'm ready. Okay, Jenny, I have a good pull test on all 3 sockets on the socket caddy. I'm going to stow them in the crew lock bag first before I do my 2-inch.
I copy, Steve. You have completed the pull test, correct?
That is correct. And all 3 of the sockets on the socket caddy, that's complete.
Copy. Again, you can stow that socket caddy. We'll have the crew lock bag buttoned up with the doors facing the FSE and the adjustable equipment tether cinched.
Understand.
NASA astronaut Woody Hoberg continues to make his way on the robotic arm with the IROSA to the 1A mod kit worksite.
Okay, so on the outside of the crew lock bag, I should have the needle nose, the wire tie, and an adjustable. And then I need a small adjustable attached to the lower handrail. And then this rat should come with me if I'm reading this correctly. Is that correct? There should be no rat on the outside?
That ret can go into the bag, Steve.
Understand. I'll put it in the bag.
On the left side of your screen, you can see the helmet camera of NASA astronaut Steve Bowen. He is currently working to pick up the temporarily stowed crew lock bag from the port cart and reconfigure both of his safety tethers on his way to meet Woody Hoberg at the mod kit. Once they both arrive at the mod kit site, both crew will then work to install the IROSA onto the 1A mounting bracket.
And Woody, we are ready for the IROSA pitch join OCAS, and we will give you a countdown before we start. And just remember, the pitch maneuver.
Ron, that's perfect. I'm ready.
All right, then starting join OCAS in 3, 2, 1. Starting motion.
Okay, lower small, cinch down. I'll go to the upper stanchion. And then cut the back facing the stanchion.
Copy, Steve. Great work. Once complete, you can translate off of the FSE via the POA.
All right. Setting off the... Oh, I'll do it later. I'll do my 2-inch transfer when I stop again. I still have the 2-inch in my trash bag. Didn't put it on the PGT yet.
We need that 2-inch on your PGT, Steve.
I understand. I'll get it when I stop.
Okay, that sounds great. You can do that at the mud kit.
I have to go pick up the bag and got Woody's tether.
Hey, firm, your first step once you are off of the FSE is to retrieve your green hook from 3011.
Good. I'll do that then, right there.
Our next motion is going to be an outboard join OCAS of 3 minutes.
Found that copy and I'm ready. All right.
We are starting motion for the join OCAS for the EV outboard.
Okay, I'm ready. Another countdown would be great.
Copy. Starting in 3, 2, 1.
Good motion.
Good motion.
Currently on your screen, you can see NASA astronaut Woody Hoberg as he is on the space station's robotic arm, moving the International Space Station Roll-Out Solar Array to the 1A mod kit worksite. Today's spacewalk is the 264th spacewalk in support of space station assembly, maintenance, and upgrades, and the 7th spacewalk out of the International Space Station for this year. Today's spacewalkers are NASA astronauts Steve Bowen and Woody Hoberg. They are working to install an IROSA, or International Space Station Roll-Out Solar Array. This will augment the power generation for the 1A power channel on the station's starboard truss structure. The new arrays, once unfurled, measure approximately 60 feet in length by 20 feet wide, and they shade a little more than half of the original arrays. Each new IROSA will produce more than 20 kilowatts of electricity, and once installed will enable a 30% increase in power production over the station's current arrays. This spacewalk is the 9th spacewalk for NASA astronaut Steve Bowen and the 1st spacewalk for NASA astronaut Woody Hoberg.
Copy. The 2-inch is installed on your PGT with a good pull test.
And just heads up, with the next motion is going to be an IA lineup for 4 hour and expecting 3 minutes.
Full time, sounds great. I'm ready. All right, green hook is retrieved.
Copy. Steve, you have your green hook. After this, you'll get the bag and Woody's green hook.
All right, picking up the bag and Woody's green hook.
Good words.
Okay, Woody, we are ready to start the motion, and this will put you in lineup position under the IEA.
All right, Sultan, I'm ready.
Okay, starting in 3, 2, 1. Starting motion.
Motion.
Copy, good motion.
Steve and Woody will be in insulation in about 2 minutes.
Hey, I copy. Thanks, James.
We are now about 1 hour and 48 minutes into today's spacewalk. We are actually about an hour ahead of the scheduled timeline. Once they arrive at the mod kit site, they will begin the process to install the IROSA onto the 1A mounting rocket.
On my BRT. And releasing it from the SCADA card.
Copy, Steve.
During the installation process for the International Space Station Roll-Out Solar Array, the crew will release the scoops, and Woody Hoburg will then move into position to release the final bolt holding IROSA into its folded position. Once released, Woody Hoburg will hold IROSA closed. Once released, Steve Bowen will hold IROSA closed while Woody Hoburg egresses or exits his foot restraint and gets into position. Both crew will then work together to unfold IROSA and secure the right side onto the mounting bracket. Once secured, Woody Hoburg will then drive 2 hinge bolts that IROSA into the unfolded position.
Bag is stowed. Going to retrieve Woody's.
Copy, Steve. Woody's green hook is at around mile marker 6300.
6300. Okay.
Affirm, it'll be on 6360 exactly.
Heading back that way. See his green hook.
Copy.
And Woody, we are ready. For you go for the GCA to publish IROSA install.
Sultan, I'm ready. I see body left.
That's affirmative. We are expecting a first motion of body left, and it's going to be 2 meters, 40 centimeters, and then followed by a body up, and that is 70 centimeters.
Okay, sounds great, Sultan. I'm ready. Okay, I have Woody's green reel on my right waist tether. Now I'm going to translate out to F4.
Copy, Steve, and I might have missed it, but I need to check that reels are unlocked and your gauntlets are down.
All right, reel is unlocked. Gauntlets are down. I'm going to start my translation.
Copy. Like you said, you're headed to the S4 IEA. I have words on where to attach Woody's green hook when you're ready.
All right, I'll give you a call when I'm ready.
And Woody, we are ready to start motion body left in 3, 2, 1.
On the big loop, for all crew, do not start this next motion. Stand by 1 while we sync up on the ground.
Copy, ramping out, and then standing by.
That was good motion, Sultan, but hold position now.
More information for all of you on that call. Everything is looking like it's in good shape. You guys are doing great on the timeline. Since we are ahead, we want to hold and get all crew in position. That means we'll have time for Steve to drop the green hooks and get in a good position by the mounting bracket before we go to the install position. From there, we will push with the procedure as written.
Soldier Woody, be waiting on me. You're doing great, Steve. Thanks for doing all the work while I just ride the arm.
And IV crew copies.
All right, great job, everybody.
From this view, you can see both astronauts working on today's spacewalk. In the upper right-hand side of your screen, you see NASA astronaut Steve Bowen as he works to configure some safety tethers and work his way over to the mod kit site to meet Woody Hoburg. And then a little bit further down is NASA astronaut Woody Hoberg aboard the International Space Station's robotic arm, holding on to the International Space Station Roll-Out Solar Array, or IROSA, as he makes his way to the mod kit site.
All right, I get my bearings here.
Copy, Steve.
All right, give me 1 second.
You're looking for hand...
So I'm looking for which handrail number for his screen?
2219.
And I'm ready to 2219. I'm ready to drop this hook here. Give me a moment.
Copy. And you'll be fair leading Woody's tether around the outside edge of the IEA.
The outside edge of the IEA for his fair lead. Copy.
Good words.
And Steve, just for awareness, I'm right behind you and a little to the left. All right. All right, your green hook is now on 2219. And I release my waist tether.
Copy. Good words,
Steve.
Steve.
Standing back, and it looks clear of my tether.
Good words. And confirm the reel is unlocked.
And his reel is, see a big U, unlocked.
Good config, Steve. You can continue on your translation path. Your next step is to drop your green hook, handrail 2218.
2218, heading down to 2218. All right, I'll be dropping my green hook here at 2218.
Good words.
Yeah, green hook is on 2218.
Copy. Green hook 2218. Check your tethers are clear, and you're go to continue.
Taking my tethers. Steve, I've got a good view. It looks great. All right, that's good to hear. Check my waist tether here. Don't mind for a second. We're going to get this untangled from my PGD. Absolutely.
Copy.
Do you have much of a view? All right, I see my tether clear now.
Copy, Steve. I have a caution.
To be clear, I meant the... Go ahead, James. Go ahead, Jerry.
Your caution is avoid translation on the PVR handrail near 2230.
2230.
Steve, you'll continue your translation to the left side of the mounting bracket. Check your tether routing for snags and crosses, and place fair leads such that your tether is running around the perimeter of the IEA.
Okay, let me get myself in a config here. Okay. I'm looking for a fair lead on the corner, I guess. 235.
I have your fare lead handrail written as 2248. But 235 is fine, Steve. It will do the same thing.
Okay. We'll be right in the same spot.
Copy. That sounds good. We are 45 seconds from a short handover.
Okay, translating up to the lower mountain.
Copy, Steve. And once you are in a good spot, you can resume this motion for the iROSA install position.
All right, let me drop my bag off real quick. Actually, where are you, Woody? Oh, there you are. There I am. Give me 1 second to get stable. Woody? All right, sounds great. Over to Frank and Sultan. Ready to continue.
Okay, copy. Ready to continue, Woody. And again, this is going to be a continuation of the body left. And we'll give you a countdown here in 3, 2, 1. Starting motion.
Good motion.
And copy the motion. No, the 2 meters to go.
Continue.
Copy, continue. Meter to go.
Continue.
Copy, continue. Half a meter to go.
Continue.
Copy, continue. I'm ramping out body left motion.
Okay. That looks good.
Right, ready to start the body up motion.
Stay firm, ready for body up.
Okay, starting in 3, 2, 1.
Good motion.
Copy, good motion. Half a meter to go.
Continue.
Copy, continue.
Let's hold position there.
Hold position.
Feels a little high, actually. I think you're a little high and a little short. You need to come toward me another 30 centimeters. I see that, Steve. And you are still a little high. Yeah, Sultan, could I come... Stand by checking. You gotta take the scoop off when you get closer up, though. Actually, this feels pretty good, Sultan. Can we just go body in like 20 centimeters?
Okay, we will give you that body in 20 centimeters. Starting motion in 3.
Can you take your hands off, Steve?
2.
All right, here you go. Continue.
Okay, starting motion in 3, 2, 1.
Motion. I agree.
Okay, good.
You are hearing conversation between NASA astronaut Woody Hoberg and Sultan Al-Niyadi, who is a UAE astronaut inside the space station operating the space station's robotic arm.
I'm ready to take the scoop off.
All right, the soft docks are set. They've not been cycled. They were cycled just a little bit ago.
Houston's back with you. We see that the soft captures are in a good position. We do not need to cycle them. Steve, hold iROSA steady while Woody removes the scoop. And I have some cautions and warnings I need to read. Warning, when you're on the aft side of the mod kit, Steve, avoid contacting the legacy blanket boxes and trunnions. Caution, while you're both on the mod kit, don't simultaneously impart loads. Sudden stops and quick grabs are not allowed on the mod kit. 30-pound max lateral load on the mod kit. And finally, confirm no BGA motion prior to installing iROSA.
Copy all.
Copy all. Sounds great, James. Thank you.
And Steve and Woody, just to confirm that you don't need any further GCA, and we'll call it complete.
Can you give me 20 centimeters toward the mass canister? What do you have enough for that?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. That's GCA complete. I agree.
All right, GCA complete, and brakes are coming on.
Copy, brakes on.
Houston copies. Brakes are on. You can work together for install.
Just go slow, Steve.
Yep, I agree. Went real slow this way.
Yep.
Moving my perch here. Okay. Want to push toward the mass canister. Okay, I see them starting to get in. Oh, they can continue toward the mass canister.
Running up into something. Let's see. Get eyes on it.
Both of our spacewalkers have made their way to the 1A mod kit work site. From here, the crew will work together to install the iROSA, or International Space Station Roll-Out Solar Array, onto the 1A mounting bracket.
Are we aligned with the slots?
We are in the slots. We are just waiting to continue to the left. How does the soft dock look on your side?
They're still popped out. Do they just need to be pushed down?
No, they should be fine. Should come right through. All right, if you can still come toward the mass canister, that's all we need.
I'm running up against something when I try to push that direction.
Okay. You push your side, I'll hold mine.
Let me just look at it real quick.
Okay.
Steve, your HECA might be contacting iROSA and preventing the soft dock. You might have to adjust your body position.
Oh, I understand. Okay, working on that. Okay, let's try that, Woody.
Pushing hard left. And it's just...
How does the soft dock work?
You know what, I think we need to pull up on the soft docks. Maybe to let it pass. See if I can get that. Oh yeah, that's the problem.
All right, let me get this one.
Okay, I think I'm in on my side.
And try to get that.
That's good, Steve.
All right,
okay, my side's in, soft capture pin went in.
Mine is not in, I don't think.
You're really close. You might be in the detent, so try popping it out of the little detent. Yeah, turn it a little. Yep, and now in.
Let me look.
Yeah, I think it's just in the little lip that holds the pin. I think we're in the right position with iROSA. And you're...
Okay, I'm just going to get this outside real quick.
Yep. Trunnion to your right.
Yep, I see it. I'm hitting it. All right, let me try and get that in here.
There you go. Nice.
20 seconds to a short handover.
Copy, James. In It needs to turn clockwise from above. Clockwise from above. Other way? Other way. Yep. Now it should go in.
We are in a brief but expected handover period. We'll receive camera views from the space station in about 10 seconds.
I'm trying to get her better.
Houston's back with you.
How to get there. Okay, so Jenny, just to describe what we're seeing, we believe Irosa's in a good position. The centermost. Okay, see this got it. A little bit more. Got 2 pins in.
Yeah, we agree. We have a really good view from your HECA, Woody. So good job at this point. Irosa is soft docked, so you can release your RET from the scoop and maneuver to the R6 backoff. Steve, for you, you're finalizing the config for the crew lock bag, and you will eventually receive the scoop bundle from Woody when he's ready.
Yes, Steve, any chance you can pass me a RET when you get a chance? Sure, give me 1 second so they can get on. Thank you.
For both of you, we are just over 2 hours into an EVA tracking for 7 hours and 30 minutes. Limiting consumable is battery on Woody, and you guys are still about an hour ahead on the timeline. Well done.
Thanks, James. You got a way to give you the route? Okay. If now's not a good time, we can wait. Yeah, just give me 1 second. Let me drop off the bag, and then it'll... well, here, can you reach this? Oh, yeah, that might work. Scoop coming at you.
The crew is now working to release the scoops. And then Woody Hoberg will move into position to release the final bolt, holding Irosa in its folded position.
Maneuver for that. Let us know what you need.
Yep, sounds great. I'll be, oh, actually, ooh, I bet I can just do that. Let me take a look at that.
If you have the position, your go, Woody.
Settings, James. Okay.
Bravo 2, counter 2.
Copy your bolts. Another scoop on long duration. Yeah, you should have 2 scoops there, Steve. Okay, you ready to get your rep back? I'll give it to you. Let me know when you... Yeah, go ahead. Here it comes. Get it? Super. Yep, I got it. All right, let me get those 2.
Steve, once you temp stow these scoops and the long duration, they can just be temp stow for now, but that's up to you. At the crew lock bag, we'll need you to position to hold Irosa in a folded config while Woody does this bolt and then egresses the APFR.
Let me get the bag in place, and then I'll be pretty much set to do that. Bravo 2, counter 2 set, James.
Copy. Those are good settings. You'll be releasing R6. The bolt will spring out when fully released. You'll see a white line indicator. Expect 18 to 20 turns.
Wait 1 second. You want me to wait? Yeah, because I'm not in a place. I gotcha. I'm in a great place to control it, though, Steve. All right. Well, if you want to stay there, then that's fine. I just got to put this bag in place and clean up. great. Start. Okay, Jenny. 16 turns, and we got the white line visible. Hinge bolt is released.
Copy, R6 released. 16 turns. You see the white line. You can store your PGT.
Complete. And Frank and Sultan, for your awareness, I suspect my plan will be to hop out of the arm here eventually.
No, Woody will copy.
And there's the bag to the handrail and the scoops to the bag. Nice job, Steve. And I get the bag off my VRT. Okay.
Copy, Steve.
Do those scoops go in the bag? Eventually, yeah. Okay, gotcha.
They do eventually, but in the procedure, that'll be around the time when you retrieve the AMS knob. It's just crew preference. You can temp stow them for now if you want.
Nice. Yeah, that's what I'm going to do.
For you and for Steve and Woody, we copy, Woody, that you think you can egress from here. That's no problem with us, and we're coordinating with Robo and the IV team. Steve, we see you getting in position to hold IROSA folded. We'll need you to do that while Woody egress is using only the ingress aid.
All right, let me get my hand on the other handrail. I got something to hold on to. Yeah, take your time, Steve. Just watch your helmet is hitting the other side of IROSA. Yeah. All right, let me get my feet up then. I'll do that. Got tons of time.
NASA astronauts Woody Hoberg and Steve Bowen just worked to release the final bolt holding IROSA, or the ISS Roll-Out Solar Array, in its folded position. From here, Steve Bowen will continue to hold IROSA closed while Woody Hoberg egresses or exits his foot restraint and gets into position.
Yeah, we saw that. Thanks, Woody.
After that, the crew will work together to unfold IROSA and secure the right side onto the mounting bracket.
1 second to figure out what to hold on to. Absolutely, all right, Steve. I think what I'm going to do is this. Okay, I think I get my body around here. All right, what do you think I'm good? Okay, just so you know, your HECA is like touching IROSA, but as long as you're not pressuring it, it should be, yep. Looks like it's just light, so yep. Should be a good config. All right, Steve, you've got it. I have it. Okay.
For your awareness, we see that contact. It's on the root beam and ground's fine with it, so you two are doing a great job. Woody, you can egress using only the ingress aid.
Gotcha. Only the ingress aid. My feet are out.
Copy. You can check the ingress aid is low profile.
Actually, that is going to be interesting. Let's see. To get on the stanchion, you might have GCA just to get to that. I might need a GCA just to stow the ingress in, unfortunately. Yeah. Take a look here real quick.
And Woody, we copy and we're standing by.
Okay, thanks for phone. Actually, I got it, so disregard.
Ground copies all.
From this view, you can see that Woody Hoburg has egressed the foot restraint from the robotic arm.
All right. Steve, I am in a, let's see, get my eyes on this soft dock. Yeah, I'm in a good position.
If you want to cycle it, I can keep holding it to make sure it's free.
I want to think about my safety tether, so...
NASA astronaut Woody Hoburg is now moving into position to unfold IROSA to help secure it to the right side of the mounting bracket alongside NASA astronaut Steve Bowen.
Might have to just have them move to that position.
Yeah, we might need that.
And as soon as it's clear, we can open this.
Yep, I agree with that. James, is that making sense to you guys too?
Woody and Steve, we've been talking about the arm position and your tether here on the ground, and we think it's best if we maneuver to the tether swap position.
Yep, that makes sense to us too, James. We like it.
All right, you can initiate that with
Woody and Steve.
You can initiate that with M1. Once you do that, since that's a published position, I have some big picture words for you because we need to pause anyway before you put in a fair lead, Woody. But you can go ahead and coordinate with M1 for now.
Okay, great. Sean, we're ready for you to move to the published tether swap position.
Okay, Woody, we copy. This will take us 3 maneuvers to get to that position, and we'll let you know when we're there.
All right, sounds great, Sultan. I'll be watching while the arm's near us.
We'll be starting with the backup position, and we're expecting about 2 meters, like in your body was body right.
Okay, yeah, body right looks correct. That sounds great.
Okay, brakes are coming off.
Woody and Steve, we're just getting those big picture words together for you. We have another couple minutes, and then I'll have them.
Thanks, James.
Sounds good. Bring on the tether to get clear.
All right, I have
Okay, Woody, we start in motion now.
Go.
I have those big picture words for you. Let's let M1 start the next motion, and then I'll pass them. All right, I understand M1's already maneuvering into the backup position, so you guys ready?
Yep, good motion. Ready.
All right, big picture. You are doing great. We have a really good timeline laid out in front of us. So good, in fact, that there is a potential that the next eclipse could be our working eclipse for our cable mates. That's in around 25 minutes. So we might break out of bolts and take that opportunity while we have it, and I'll keep you both up to date on that. There is no rush because, again, our nominally planned eclipse was the following one. How copy?
Did you want a copy?
ED2 copies, that sounds great, James.
It does.
All right, good. Next piece of information I have for you is that we have noticed that a grounding pin is out of place on the mod kit. It's at the base of the mounting bracket where the mounting bracket meets the left lower strut. After the unfold, we're going to have to address that grounding pin. It should be no problem, but I will let you know and I'll give you those words again when the time is right.
Okay.
And just to be clear, that's on Steve's side, and we don't want him to check it now.
Yep. Nope, I'm not going anywhere. I can't let go.
We agree. Please keep hanging on. All right, that's...
Jesus. Hard to be some light.
Those are all the big picture words that I have for both of you. We will pick up after these robo maneuvers with a fair lead for Woody, and then start to work toward unfolding IROSA. Your warning is that this is a pinch point and you'll need to keep clear of rotating IROSA.
Copy. Where's your fair lead? Is that straight down? I was wondering that too. Because you might be able to head that way, and then when he gets a little lower, just drop it.
Your fair lead is going to be on the right lower strut, lower handrail, Woody.
Right, lower strut, lower handrail, got it. That means once we really have a good assessment of when this will be clear, then.
And Woody, you need to hold. The reason why we're waiting is because we cannot put this fair lead in while the arm's moving.
Yeah, I understand, James. I was just checking out the location. Thank you.
All right, no problem.
Okay, Woody and Steve, we are starting. Our next motion is going to be a journal cast, and it will be 2.5 minutes.
Okay, we copy. There we go.
Starting motion.
Stable, Woody, you could take some pictures of our dragon. That's a good idea. Stand by.
We are about 2 hours and 27 minutes into today's spacewalk as NASA astronauts Steve Bowen and Woody Hoburg continue to install the International Space Station Roll-Out Solar Array onto the 1A starboard truss. They are about an hour ahead on their scheduled timeline and now targeting a working eclipse about 21 minutes from now for the cable mating.
Oh, and since you have your visor down, take a selfie, you'll get the whole, a pretty good chunk of station.
The cable mating is when both of the crew members will work to electrically connect the new IROSA to the International Space Station's power system. They'll first attach 4 connectors to IROSA, and then both will move to either side of the legacy solar array to disconnect the old array and connect a Y cable. This will allow power to flow from both the new IROSA and the old legacy array to the space station's power system.
Woody, when able, power on your HECA. It's been powered off again.
Okay, green light. That's good. Complete jams, thanks.
Copy all. Thank you.
What is the arm even moving? From my perspective, it's not moving. Yeah, I concur. I think they're setting up for the Joe cast. Okay.
And Woody, we are starting our next journal cast. It will last 3 minutes, and then we'll sync up with you, and it's going to be step in here to meet with you and for the tunnel swap.
Okay, continue. Sultan, we're ready.
Okay, starting motion for the journal cast.
Motion.
Copy, motion.
From this view, you can see NASA astronaut Woody Hoberg near the IROSA, or International Space Station Roll-Out Solar Array, and the robotic arm is currently backing away.
See, Jenny, if I happen to have a cap keeper in my hand, would it be a good remove the J1 through J4 caps?
You can do that, Woody.
Okay, copy, thanks.
On the other side of the folded IROSA is NASA astronaut Steve Bowen. Steve Bowen is continuing to hold the IROSA closed.
And there's your tool. Yes. A good hook. What's that? That's a good hook? A good release? Thanks, Steve.
You are seeing the helmet camera of NASA astronaut Woody Hoberg as he configures some of his safety tethers. Once his safety tethers are reconfigured, the crew members will work together to unfold IROSA, or the International Space Station Roll-Out Solar Array, and secure the right side onto the mounting bracket.
Hey, firm. Good. L4 cooler. I agree. I just grab the AMS knob while I've got it. Probably a good idea.
Houston copies.
We'll do the NGGL maps too. Yeah, let me look at that. Stand by. All right. And AMS knobs routed to my MIDI workstation. Sounds good. And J1 through J4 caps removed, Johnny. They're in crew lock bag M.
We copy, Woody.
Want the scoops in, Steve, too? Yeah, if you can put them in, I'd greatly appreciate it. Of course. We have an integral RET farm, right? Yeah, there should be a RET available for that. That was the one that you left. Yep. Yep, here it is. Want the adjustable external? I don't think we need an external. Okay. Let's put that in the bag. Okay, do we need the external for the adjustable? Are we going to use that later on to grab anything else? On crew lock bag M. On crew lock bag M?
No, we won't need that. You can stow that inside the bag.
Okay.
For both of your awareness, a couple more minutes here, and then we'll be able to get moving again. Do a good job getting a little bit ahead on the crew lock bag.
Perfect.
Woody, I'm not sure if you heard the area call, but we are set up and ready for maneuver to telescope position.
Okay, sounds great, Sultan. You are go.
Okay, copy, go.
Since this is a published position, Woody, you also have an option of assisting keeping IROSA in a closed configuration, so stopping it from unfolding while Steve, addresses that loose grounding pin.
That sounds like a great idea, James. Let me get in position, and then we can do exactly that. I just need to push on that side, I assume.
We're starting motion now.
Copy, Sultan. Okay, Steve. I've got IROSA. All right, then head down to the grounding pin. Enjoy. Oh, I can bend my arms again. Oh, good.
We're glad to hear it, Steve. You should be able to see a little receiving area for the pin. It should be near where the pin is loose. You just need to reinstall it.
All right, heading down to the base of tidbit strut. Base of the strut. Let's see.
You should not have to translate far, Steve. You should be in a good spot to see it.
All right, where is it?
It is at the base of the mounting bracket itself, where it meets the left strut.
Where it meets the left strut. All right, so I see these two pins here. Another one?
Yep, there is another one that is not installed.
Oh, that's it. Not in.
Yes, the second one that you touched is not in, so we need you to reinstall that.
This one here.
That's right. Thanks, Steve.
All right, give you 1 second. All right, I think that's in. Good pull.
All right, great job, Steve. We are good to continue with the procedure. We understand the arm is in its final position. So, Steve, we need you to hold IROSA in a closed configuration, and Woody, you can place that fair lead.
All right, give me 1 second to get my hook back in place. All right, thanks for the break, Woody. I've got it now. I have the IROSA. Copy, you've got it.
Big picture call for all crew. We are headed into a region of spotty calm, followed by an LOS. That total time is 6 minutes. You are go to continue with IROSA unfold. Frank, we are in block 9, step 2627. Frank, you are prime IV.
Jams, we copy block 9, step 2627. We are go to continue with unfold. We are prime.
Affirm, once you have completed with the unfold, we will have you move to the cable mate block. That is block 10.
With the space station's robotic arm backed away and in a safe configuration, the crew will now proceed with unfolding the IROSA.
Good words.
We are in a brief but expected handover period, and we'll get views of the space station back shortly. The first working eclipse is about 3.5 minutes away from now, and that is the first targeted window to mate the cables. So after they unfold the IROSA, they will move ahead to that step.
Okay, now it's starting to clear your PGT. You're almost there. There you go, you're clear. Look good. Happy to see you, thanks. Air lead installed. Let me just take a quick look at my tethers. Absolutely. And then we'll get into unfold. Okay. One more thing to fix, and then I'll be ready, Steve.
Frank, this is ground. We're coming up on that LOS. When you get there, we will need you to confirm safing for the working eclipse.
And Jenny, we copy. We will need to confirm safety, and that'll be 2 minutes.
Good words.
Okay, Steve. All right. I think we're ready, Frank.
Okay, guys, this is going to be a warning for you both. There's a pinch point, so keep clear of the rotating IROSA. And Steve, verify that, or Woody, verify that you've cycled the right soft capture feature.
I'll go ahead and do that right now.
Okay, thanks, Woody. And then just make sure that you leave it in the soft capture feature down position.
Yep, that's complete, Frank.
Okay, then again, keeping in mind the pinch point, Steve, go ahead and slowly pivot IROSA to unfolded. Woody, engage the right side alignment guide and slot.
Get around this turn-in channel.
You can hear conversation between NASA astronaut Frank Rubio, who is on board the space station and currently serving as the prime IV, or communication link between the spacewalkers.
All right, nice job, guys. And so Woody, then go ahead and verify the soft capture feature is properly engaged.
So I have control, and we're still rotating. Thanks, Frank.
Today's spacewalkers are NASA astronauts Steve Bowen and Woody Hoburg, and they are currently working to unfold the IROSA, or International Space Station Roll-Out Solar Array. Once it is unfolded, they will verify soft capture is properly engaged, and then they will perform some glove inspections and hap checks before moving on to cable mating.
Soft capture engaged, Frank.
Okay, great job, guys. I need you both to perform a glove, hap, and gauntlet check, and then we'll start moving towards our cable mating positions.
Okay, Frank. EV1 has no change to gloves, dry hap, and gauntlets down. Yep, I agree. EV1 does have... Sorry, Steve. EV2. Gloves, dry hap, and gauntlets are down. That's correct, EVA.
The first working eclipse window has started, and there's about 30 minutes for them to complete the cable mating process.
Position for R8 and R7 there, Frank.
Okay, copy that. Good job, guys. And just to let you know, at this point, the hardware meets minimum structural config for mating cables.
Actually, yeah, so why don't we get into that? Over here. Yeah,
that's where you guys are heading.
Say again, Steve? Never mind, I got them. All right, so, Frank, we have the caps, the MVGL caps. We're ready to demate those on your go.
Okay, you can demate the MVGL caps from P1, P2, P3, and P4.
Inward. That's inward.
EV and IV crew, Houston, our last little bit of comm here. We can confirm our safing is in place and we are in our eclipse condition, so you are go for the eclipse required cables.
Copy, go. Thanks, Jams. And do you guys have a time for when our window ends?
You have 28 minutes. We'll be back with you by then, and as an additional reminder, you'll need to complete the NZGLs before you move to the eclipse required cables.
Any electric? Say again, Steve.
Copy, Jams, and we are decapping the NZGA caps now.
These are pretty sticky. Yeah.
Okay, guys, once you have the caps off,
Not even close.
Steve, you're going to be mating P1
Stand by, Frank.
and P2 to J1 and J2.
Stand by, Frank. Still haven't getting the caps off.
Both Woody Hoberg and Steve Bowen are now working to electrically connect the new IROSA or ISS Roll-Out Solar Array to the space station's power system.
Yep, no, I understand. Those things can be a bear.
Okay, I think I got one. What's the trick? Got the lever. I still don't have the cap off. Okay, got one. Wow.
As they work through the cable mating process, they'll first attach 4 connectors to the IROSA, and then both of them will move to either side of the legacy array to disconnect the old array and connect a Y cable. This will allow power to flow from both the new IROSA and the old legacy array to the space station's power system. We are about 2 hours and 53 minutes into today's spacewalk, and we are about 6 minutes away from getting signal back from the space station. Today's spacewalk officially started at 8:25 a.m. Central Time, 9:25 a.m. Eastern Time, when the spacewalkers switched their spacesuits to battery power. Steve Bowen, who is EV1 with red stripes, egressed the crew lock first and received a crew lock bag and put it on his body restraint tether. He was then followed shortly by EV2, or Woody Hoberg, who is in the unmarked suit. They then translated up the forward face of the truss and went starboard. Steve Bowen stopped to configure his safety tethers, and then Woody Hoberg followed a similar path, going to the port crew equipment translation aid cart and retrieved an articulating portable foot restraint. Bowen then translated to the IROSA carrier and retrieved his pistol grip tool and began preparing IROSA for removal from the carrier. Hoberg installed the foot restraint on the space station's robotic arm, ingressed the restraint, and then the arm moved him away from the truss. Both Bowen and Hoberg then worked to release a series of bolts, both restraint bolts and anti-rotation devices. Once those bolts were released, they installed the first of 2 handling aids called scoops in preparation for removing IROSA from the carrier. Once they installed the second scoop, Hoberg lifted the IROSA off of its carrier, and then after several maneuvers on the robotic arm, he arrived at the 1A mod kit worksite. During these robotic arm maneuvers, Bowen worked to make his way over to the ModKit site, where they met to install the IROSA onto the 1A mounting bracket. More recently, the crew unfolded the IROSA and are now working to mate the cables. Once the crew members finish electrically connecting the new IROSA to the space station's power system, they will work to drive some hinge bolts. These bolts will help to fully secure IROSA to the mounting bracket before unfurling it. Here in the room, we have Flight Director Diane Daly, who you can see in the middle of your screen. And next to her is the Prime Ground IV, Jenny Gibbons. Also in the room, we have our EVA flight controller, who is Megan Shudica today.
From Papa 2-3. Good words, Woody. And Steve, you're going to be disconnecting SAW Papa 7 from panel Papa 7 and SAW Papa 2-1 from panel Papa 2-1. All right, the P7 and P21, 2 lower.
Houston's back with you panel. With a correction.
Okay. Copy. Go ahead, James.
All right, great job, you guys. We had some spotty shot SS there, so we could hear you. You did a great job. We just want to confirm you're doing each cable one at a time. I don't mind which one you start with. Just tell me which one you're going to start with, but only demate one cable from the panel at a time.
Okay. We're ready to go. You go, Woody? I'm ready. Standing by. All right. I'm going to do P21 first. Okay. Go, Steve.
Frank, you ready for me to take back over?
Copy, James. You are prime.
Got it. I'm Prime IV. Great job. All right. I copy. You're ready.
P21 is disconnected.
That's P21 disconnected from panel P21.
I agree. That is true.
All right, mate P21 alpha to panel P21. I need FOD, pins, EMI check, and the connector needs to be to hard stop.
Okay. P21 alpha is in my hand. And I'm standing by, Jams.
Woody, you have a go to continue. We just need one cable on each side at a time. It's clarification for you. So tell me if you want to start with P9 or P23.
Okay, I've got panel P9 demating.
Your go.
That's demated.
Mate P9 alpha to panel P9. I need FOD, pins, EMI check, and the connector to hard stop.
Copy, Jams. Okay. P9 alpha to panel P9. No bent pins, no FOD, good EMI band.
Copy, good checks, your go.
All right, P21 alpha is made to P21 panel. There was good EMI band, no FOD, good pins.
Copy, good mate. Steve, confirm the connector is to hard stop.
And the connector is to hard stop.
Great work. You can move on to J21 alpha, mated to SAW cable P21.
All right, that's in work. And Jams, I have P9 to panel hard stop.
Copy, that's a good mate. Woody, you can move on to J9 alpha, mated to SAW cable P9.
J9 alpha, SAW cable P9. I have no bent pins, no FOD, and good EMI band. All right, I have
Go, Woody.
P21 to J21 alpha with good pins, no FOD, and good EMI band, and that's connected.
Copy, Steve. That is a good mate. You can move on to disconnecting SAW cable P7 from panel P7.
All right, SAW cable P7 from sector P7.
You can now see live views of NASA astronaut Steve Bowen working to mate and demate some cables on the IROSA.
Okay, James. P9 to J9 alpha connector, or connector hard stop. Ready for panel P23.
Good words, Woody. Move on to disconnecting SAW cable P23 from panel P23.
Demated, no bent pins. All right. 7 demated, no bent pins, no FOD. Installing J7, P7 alpha.
Copy, Steve, and copy your checks. Affirm mate P7 alpha to panel P7.
Jams, I have P23 alpha. Mated to panel P23, no FOD, no bent pins, good EMI band.
Copy, confirm it's to connector hard stop.
Affirm.
Connect J23 alpha to SAW cable P23.
Work. Saw cable P23 to J23 Alpha, no bent pits, no FOD, good EMI band, in-cab connector hard stop.
Copy, Woody. That is a good mate, and I track that that is your last connection for this side. Verify the connector config is as expected and clean up the remaining cable slack as required.
Okay, that's in work. Thanks, James. All right, now hard time getting this on the line.
Copy, Steve. And Woody, we were tracking that your hand did touch a connector P24. We just want to make sure that that is still to hard stop.
Good catch, and you are correct. It moved, but it's back at hard stop. And I'm going to check P10 while I can confirm all 4 panel connector hard.
Copy, Woody. We agree. Woody and Steve, you're both doing great. We have over 12 minutes left of this working eclipse.
Hey, James, I think the cables on the right side are looking to be in a good config. Got one wire tie located. Keep them secure.
We agree.
All right, finally, P7 Alpha made it to P7.
Great job. Steve, you can move on to
hard stop.
Copy to hard stop. You can move on to connecting J7 Alpha to saw cable P7.
And that's in work.
Woody, we agree your work site is in a good config. We will have a glove inspection, hap check, and gauntlet check for you before you translate to R7 and 8.
NASA astronaut Steve Bowen is currently working to connect the last cable. Once it is connected, he will verify that all the connectors are configured as expected and clean up any remaining cable slack.
I got, J7 Alpha made it to P7. No bent pins, no FOD, and to a hard stop.
Copy. Excellent work, Steve. That is a good mate. You can verify that your connector config is as expected and clean up any remaining cable slack.
All right, I see. I'll watch the hard stop, and I'm not sure how bad this is. Do you want this flush against the
Checking.
I think it looks not too bad. Let me put this on the handrail, will be good.
We're taking a look, and it looks like you're in a good config, Steve. We're happy with that.
Thank you. Jams, no change to gloves. Dry hat.
Copy, Woody, and you cut out there. Did you say gauntlets down?
Hey, firm. That looks down.
Copy. Good checks from Woody.
All right, I think that's going to do it.
Woody, you can translate to the hinge bolts.
Copy, Jams. Thanks.
A caution for you, Woody. You should avoid contact with the cables and NZGL connectors, which are now attached to IROSA. I know it's tricky at this work site. You can hold on to the bolt canisters that are on either side of the NZGL connectors.
Okay, great. Yep, I see those. And copy all, Jams.
Steve, again, we're happy with your work site. This is the end of our Eclipse requirements for this EVA, so great work to both of you. I need a glove inspection, hap check, and gauntlet check from Steve.
Okay, let me fly out past the cables back to the front of the...
All of the cables have been successfully connected. This will now allow power to flow from both the new IROSA and the old legacy array to the space station's power system.
Okay, Jams. Settings.
Alpha 1, clockwise 2. Steve, your job at this time is to provide extra stability to Woody because he might not have much to hold on to when he drives these bolts.
Hold on to me, Woody. I can hold on to you. Yeah, I copy, Steve. Tell me if you need it. Let's see how we're doing here. Yep. All right. Alpha 1, clockwise 2 is set.
Good settings. Drive the hinge bolts 14 to 17 turns to hard stop.
14 to...
NASA astronaut Woody Hoberg is now working to drive 2 hinge bolts into IROSA while it's in the unfolded position. The crew will then work together to drive 8 bolts to fully secure IROSA to the mounting bracket.
I got 17 and a half turns, green light, 2.4 foot-pounds on R7.
Copy R7, 17 and a half turns, green light, 2.4 on the torque. Copy.
Driving R8.
Here you go.
Woody Hoberg is now driving the second of the 2 hinge bolts, and then Steve Bowen will work to drive the 8 bolts to fully secure IROSA to the mounting bracket. Once that's complete, Steve Bowen will move to a deployment viewing position, and Woody Hoberg will release the final 2 bolts holding IROSA in an undeployed position, and then IROSA will deploy over the next 6 to 10 minutes.
And Jams R8, 17.25 turns, and 2.3 foot-pounds, green light.
17.25 turns, 2.3 on the torque, and a green light. That is a good R8. We have a go for you to use the AMS knob as a delta to the procedure as requested. So at this time you can stow your PGT, and we will have you loosen each hinge bolt one turn and then finger tight less than one turn on R7 and R8.
Okay, James, understand all. Work.
Woody, after this is complete, or excuse me, Steve, after this is complete, you will be stowing the AMS knob in the crew lock bag.
Got it right here, Steve. Yeah, let's just get a rep for you. I'll hand it to you. There you go. I'll hand you your rep back. And I have my rep. Thanks. All right, James. R7, R8, finger tight.
Copy, Woody. We are happy with that. Your next step is to complete your tether swap. So we will have you translate back inboard to the arm. You might have to GCA from the tether swap position if it's required. I'll let you work with Frank and Sultan for that. Steve, you are going to drive M bolts on the bottom of the mounting bracket.
All right, let me stow the AMS knob, and then I'll ready to do that. And James, I copy all. I'll be picking up my spare lead and going back for tether swap.
Good words.
All right, AMS, stow it back on the cap keeper.
Copy, Steve. For Steve and Woody.
James, just verifying there's no preferred order on the M bolts, correct?
No preferred order. You can start with whichever one you want first. Let me know when you want settings.
Okay, give me 1 second.
And Steve, for your awareness, we are tracking that M34 had one turn hand started on it. If you started any other bolts, just let us know.
All right, and so the first one is M21, is that correct? Right underneath the stanchion? 31. M31? Yeah, so I started that here as well with one turn. And James, I started a few as well, so Steve can call them out. I'll call them. I can see which ones they are. Yeah.
Okay, that works well for us.
All right.
I copy the M31 already has one turn on it. Steve, your settings are Bravo 5, clockwise 2.
Bravo 5, clockwise 2. Going to do a quick cow. Oh. Quick the cow passed. Good lights. And 39.9 volts. And so you got the settings again, Jenny?
Bravo 5, clockwise 2.
Yeah, Bravo 5, clockwise.
You'll be driving these bolts such that the black line is flush. It'll be to torque. Expect 11 to 14 turns.
That's 11, 14 turns, flush, and 2 torque.
Good words. For both of you, we are 3 hours and 20 minutes into this EVA, tracking a time of 7 hours and 30 minutes. Limiting consumable is Woody's battery, and we are around 45 minutes ahead of timeline. Great job.
M31.
NASA astronaut Steve Bowen, who is EV1 today, is currently working to drive the 8 bolts to fully secure IROSA to the mounting bracket.
Torque of 22, 7 turns, green light, and was that a black line flush call?
And there's a black line to the mount. Yes. And my green reel is locked to my red reel, picking up my yellow hook.
Copy. That'll end up on your green reel locked. I'll take your checks.
You are currently seeing views from NASA astronaut Woody Hoberg's helmet cam. He is working to swap some tethers.
Copy. That's a good config,
Reel
Woody.
itself. Okay, and I think my next thing is to reposition APFR to clocking 6.
Good words.
He's now about to start working on repositioning the articulating portable foot restraint on the robotic arm.
You can both see it here, but we're heading.
Meanwhile, NASA astronaut Steve Bowen continues to work on driving the final 8 bolts.
Okay, looks like M32, 33, and 34 all hands started.
We copy.
And verifying settings. Bravo 5, clockwise 2.
Good words.
And M32's in work.
Copy. M32, drive until black line flush to torque.
Cam spray APFR.
Go.
Hey, repositioned. Clocking 6. Papa, Fox 6. Which now can to be depressed. Good pull tips test. Collars black on black. And ingress aid is low profile.
Copy. Good install, Woody. You can give M1 a go for the IEA back off, and we will have you translate back to the mounting bracket.
All right. Good green light, 11.31 turns, and torque of 21.1 for M31 in M32.
Copy. That is a good bolt for M32. You can move on to M33.
That's in work.
You're seeing live views of Steve Bowen working to drive the final 8 bolts. He is currently on the 3rd of 8.
You have a go to the back off.
And we copy that all the tethers are being removed from the and the APFR reconfigured and ready to maneuver to the park position. Brakes are coming off.
Copy, brakes off. Keep on behind to your right. All right, I got a good green light. Got 11.4 turns, 21.4 foot-pounds on 33.
Copy, Steve. That's a good bolt for M33. We'll have you move on to the next one.
All right. M34 is in work.
Copy, M34.
All right. A good green light. 11.1, 11.5 pounds, 11.5 turns and 22.0 foot-pounds.
And Steve, I copy green light and that bolt is driven, but I need you to read back the torque and the turns you cut out.
Torque was 22.0, turns is 11.5.
Then Woody, arm is starting motion.
Copy, Sultan.
Copy, that's a good bolt, Steve.
All right.
You can move on.
35 was not hand started.
Okay, copy, M35 has not been hand started. You have the same settings.
All right, starting.
NASA astronaut Steve Bowen is now halfway through installing the 8 mounting bracket bolts. He has 4 to go and has completed 4 of them. Meanwhile, NASA astronaut Woody Hoberg is currently translating over to the mounting bracket.
I got a green light. The sun is my eyes.
And Steve, is it used
turns and 22.0 foot-pounds.
Yes, Woody? Is it useful for me to socket swap and help drive these, or?
Sure, why don't you just take my PGT and do this off straight. Otherwise, I'd have to run over your side.
Yeah, absolutely. I can do that.
We're okay with you doing that, but Steve, say again the number of turns for M35.
12.2.
Copy, 12.2, that is a good bolt. Then if you transfer your PGT to Woody, we can drive the remaining bolts. We're looking for M36 through 38.
That should be Bravo 5.
Let me pass it back under here.
Okay. They got it. I got it.
Okay. I've just got to get in position.
No, that's fine.
And Stephen Woody, arm will be in motion.
Copy, Sultan.
Okay.
NASA astronaut Steve Bowen just handed off the pistol grip tool to Woody Hoberg, who's going to help him drive the final 3 bolts.
All right. See what we got. I got 26.29 turns, green light, 21.9 foot-pounds.
Oh, you mustn't have gone back out. That's double. So subtract the turns, Eddie, from the last bolt.
We're just checking on that bolt.
By my memory, that's 14 turns and a good green light and good torque.
It's a good bolt. We can move on. That was M36. We're ready to move on to 37 or 38.
we do 37? No, I mean 38,
Yeah,
I'll do 37?
In a good spot. Let's see. Let me cycle this out because I bumped it. Okay. Bravo. 5 clockwise, 2 is 7.
Good setting.
Back to 0?
Yep.
All right.
All right. Like 37, 20. Correction. 12.5 turns, green light, 21.9 foot-pounds.
Good bolts. You can move on to M38.
NASA astronaut Woody Hoberg is now working to drive the final of the 8 bolts to fully secure the International Space Station Roll-Out Solar Array to the mounting bracket. After that's complete, EV1 or Steve Bowen will move to a deployment viewing position, while EV2, who is Woody Hoberg, will release the final 2 bolts holding IROSA in an undeployed position.
Trying to find a position where I'm not sideloading the bolt. 1 sec.
We copy.
That's why that one's so awkward.
This one's a little awkward.
Yeah, I think you end up sliding a little tight a little bit.
We're good.
I see it.
Okay, M38. We had 11.93 turns, green light, 22.2 foot-pounds. Here you go, Steve.
Well, I'm going to my hands off here. Thank you.
We copy, Woody. That is a good bolt. We just need the confirmation the black line is flush because we cannot see it in your HECA.
Yep, black line flush. Trying to point at it.
Copy. Great work. We are complete with our M bolts. Steve, you can stow your PGT, and we'll have you positioned to observe the first 5 magnets snap together when we deploy. Woody, you need to get in position on the base of the mounting bracket for R9 and R10.
Okay, getting in position for R9, R10.
And I'm getting in position to watch.
Super.
Good words. Woody, as a reminder, this is a Bravo 7 setting. You can use the scoop on the base of the mounting bracket to brace yourself.
All right, I see that. Thank you.
All right, I am in a good position.
Perfect. Thanks, Steve.
Copy, Steve. Steve, agree you're in a good position. Woody, I see your PGT out. Warning for both of you prior to releasing the deployment launch restraint bolts. Position to stay clear of deploying our ROSA blankets. You will both be in a good position.
All right, that sounds great, Jim. And I have Bravo 7. Okay. I need a reminder. Is it clockwise or counterclockwise? Counterclockwise.
Bravo 7, counter 2, and I'll have you hold here, Woody.
Okay, copy that. Bravo 7, counter 2 is set. All right, I'm in a good position.
Good words.
NASA astronaut Woody Hoberg is standing by to release the final 2 bolts holding the ISS Roll-Out Solar Array in an undeployed position.
You are going to release R9 and R10. The white line will appear when they are fully released. Expect 17 to 20 turns. IROSA will deploy after the second bolt is released.
All right, I copy. Starting with R9.
Once these final 2 bolts are released, the IROSA will deploy over the next 6 to 10 minutes.
To give us a better view.
Trying to figure out how to do that without falling off the edge of station here.
Copy, we understand. That looks great.
Hold on, I'm lost my position. White line visible, I counted 17 turns on R9.
Copy, 17 turns on R9. Continue to stand by, Woody.
The first of 2 restraint bolts has been fully released.
Hold on. That last adjustment, I just couldn't stop it. How's that? Is that better? Speed up a little bit.
Steve, we know it's tough. There's not much to hold on to out there. Trying to get you some additional words.
Try a different position.
Steve, as long as you can see, we'll be comfortable with it. Heck is desired, but your eyes are enough for us.
All right, well, try this then.
Copy.
I have that.
All right, great work. Steve, if you are in a stable position, we're happy with your view. Woody, you are go to release R10.
Copy, go for R10. Starting turns. And turns down.
30 seconds to a short handover.
I count 20 turns so far. Going to continue.
You might have to wiggle it, Woody.
Gotcha. There it goes.
The second of the 2 restraint bolts has been fully released, and IROSA will begin deploying over the next 6 to 10 minutes.
Short handover.
Copy.
We are now in a brief but expected handover period, and will regain signal of those beautiful views of the space station in about 10 seconds.
All right, Houston's back with you.
Welcome back.
Woody, you are staying exactly where you are. Well done on the final bolt to release IROSA, and Steve will take your report.
It looks good. Looks like it's stretching out nicely, and everything seems to be lining up. How does it look to you? You have a good view now.
Copy. We don't have video back yet, but we will shortly. We appreciate the words.
Okay, I'll stand by.
We have our video back. Everything is looking great. I have 2 cautions for you, Woody.
You can now see live views of the International Space Station Roll-Out Solar Array as it begins to unfurl as the space station flies over the coast of the southwest United States.
Lateral load. This is 5 less than before.
Okay, I copy. Thank you. I'll be cautious.
Sounds good to us. Everything's looking really good to us. Again, well done, you two. Woody, again, you have to stay put, but Steve, you can get moving if you want to. We're still well ahead of schedule, so you can stay and look a little longer if you prefer it, but your next step is to pick up your green hook.
All right, I'm going to head back and pick up my green hook. Yeah.
Copy. Woody, if we can, we'd love to adjust your HECA view a little bit. If you could pitch back at all for us, we'd appreciate it.
Yep, you got it.
Thank you.
Woody Hoberg is continuing to monitor the IROSA as it deploys. Meanwhile, Steve Bowen is translating back to the IROSA carrier to reconfigure the carrier beams that previously held the upright IROSA. These beams will need to be rotated out of the way to allow access to the lower IROSA, which will be installed on next week's EVA on June 15th.
All right, green hook going to red reel. That's complete.
Copy, Steve.
Let's slow down. Let's get the pictures of Woody here.
Sounds great.
Once fully deployed, the IROSA, or International Space Station Roll-Out Solar Array, will measure 60 feet long by 20 feet wide and will shade a little more than half of the original array. Each new IROSA will produce more than 20 kilowatts of electricity, and once installed will enable a 30% increase in power production over the station's current arrays.
Hopefully those came out. We'll see.
Copy. Steve, whenever you're ready, you're headed to the FSC.
Heading to the FSC. On my way.
Copy. I have more cautions and warnings for you when you're ready.
All right. Give me 1 second. Clear this. I'll be ready.
Let me know.
All right, I'm ready to copy.
Steve, warning and a reminder, grapple shafts and curved coupling are no-touch zones. No sudden movements, quick grabs on the FSE. Wait until motion dampens out before imparting loads on the FSE. Don't simultaneously impart loads into the FSE. This is for when Woody is also ready to translate. And do not contact the IROSA blankets.
And I copy all.
The International Space Station Roll-Out Solar Array, or IROSA, continues to deploy on the starboard forward truss connected to the 1A power channel of the space station as the space station flies over South Dakota.
I do not have a fair lead listed for you, Steve, and no green hook drop. Let me just confirm.
Okay. All right, that's fine. No.
Yeah, I can confirm that now, Steve. There is no action for a fair lead or green hook drop. You are just translating directly onto the FSE from the port CETA cart. So do not take the POA path.
Not take the POA path. I will do that.
A-firm, different path than last time.
All that good view there, Jenny?
A-firm.
And I think my first bolts are C7, C8, correct?
A-firm, that's right. You're going to be at stanchion alpha, and this is a Bravo 7 setting, so you might need to get in a better brace position.
All right, don't put that in work.
Copy, let me know when you're ready for settings.
Yeah, bye.
Woody, we are nearly complete. More words for you in a minute.
Okay, thank you. All right, link the settings for C7, C8.
Bravo 7, counter 2.
Bravo 7, counter 2.
Good readback. You'll be releasing C7 and C8. Expect 8 to 11 turns.
8 to 11 turns, C7, C8.
Good words.
All right, here comes C7. Hey, James, it looks to me like motion is stopped.
Yep, we're just double checking that we can confirm a good deploy, Woody. What would help us is if you could confirm the bottom 5 magnets on both booms. We don't need a heck of you, we just need...
Looking. 11.5 and C7 is popped out, moving to C8.
Copy C7 released. You go for C8.
And James, I'm thinking I might need to move to see those. Do you agree with that, or am I missing something? Magnets.
Affirm, Woody, you will have to move and you're go to translate right now.
Right now, you're seeing views of NASA astronaut Steve Bowen as he works to release the beam restraint bolts. He has already released one of them and has a couple more to go.
10.6 turns.
Copy C8 is released. Steve, stow your PGT and translate to stanchion Bravo.
Translate stanchion Bravo.
Steve, a delta to your plan will have you continue translation past stanchion Bravo to stanchion Charlie because we have enough time for a small efficiency here.
Okay, going Charlie. Jenny, yeah, I do see that first 5 magnets on the right side engaged.
Copy, Woody, that sounds good.
And left side, I see it as well.
Copy. Thank you, Woody. With that, we can release the blanket tensioner bolts, R11 and R12, on the ISS inboard side of IROSA.
Okay, 11 and 12, Alpha 1,
Alpha 1, counter 2.
A successful deployment of the International Space Station Roll-Out Solar Array, or IROSA, has been confirmed as the space station flies over Quebec, Canada. NASA astronaut Woody Hoberg is now working to release blanket tensioner bolts. After he releases these 2 bolts, it will allow the IROSA blankets to become tensioned.
Good settings.
Thank you, Jam. Starting with R11.
Copy, R11.
Meanwhile, NASA astronaut Steve Bowen is working on a get-ahead task to release some additional beam restraint bolts.
Okay, and expansion Bravo, what would you like?
Retrieve the pit pin from the stowage location, push the C1 bolt into the can, and install that pit pin.
Okay, so I back to Charlie. It's Charlie, right? Bypass Bravo?
A-firm, you should be at Stanchion Charlie.
Let me back at Bravo. Thank you. Since I got 5 turns on R11, it popped out with a white band, and I saw the tension on the array.
Copy, 5 turns, R11 released. You can move on to R12.
Starting turns. About 4 turns on R12, I saw the tension. Got the good white band at the bottom of R12.
Copy, R12 fully released. You can stow your PGT and verify all the MLI on the mod kit is in place. We want no metal struts or collar bolts showing.
NASA astronaut Woody Hoberg just released both of the tensioner bolts that allowed the IROSA blankets to become tensioned. He's now going to work on cleaning up the mod kit worksite.
I would not describe the bolt as having popped out. Is that expected?
We're checking, Woody. Thanks for the go back.
And pit pin is installed in Charlie 1.
Copy, Steve. Your next step is to release Charlie 4 and Charlie 3. So 2 additional beam bolts. This is a Bravo 7 setting, so I'll let you get in position.
All right, give me a second.
All right, Woody, I can confirm that we are happy with both R11 and R12, so we need you to verify all the MLI on the mod kit is in place.
Copy all jams that's in work. Right side is looking good.
Copy, right side.
Bravo 7. Counterclockwise 2.
A-firm, Bravo 7, counter 2. You will be releasing these bolts. Expect 8 to 11 turns.
All right. Starting with Charlie 4.
Copy, Charlie 4.
All right, Charlie 4 is done. But, 12 turns.
Copy, Charlie 4.
Charlie 3.
Charlie 4 is released. I need you to repeat the turn count.
It was 12. I let it run a little bit longer there if I needed to.
Copy. You can continue on to Charlie 3.
Charlie 3 is in work. And James, the MLI is looking good. I neatened up a couple spots, and I'm ready to retrieve the scoop.
NASA astronaut Steve Bowen is now working to release the second of 2 beam restraint bolts in his get-ahead task.
Copy, Charlie 3 released. Steve, you can stow your PGT, and we'll have you translate to Stanchion Bravo.
Go back to Bravo.
Woody, power your HECA on.
Copy, Jeff.
All right, and Woody, we are happy with the MLI current config, and we do not need a HECA scan. So you're exactly right. You can remove the square scoop from the mounting bracket along with the adjustable tethers and stow it in the crew lock bag. You can close up this crew lock bag and stow it on your BRT.
Copy all. In work.
And we do not need a crew lock bag inventory. Lucky you.
Oh, thank you so much. All right, Extension Bravo.
Copy, Steve. You will be retrieving the pit pin from the stowage location and stowing the C2 bolt.
All right, pit pin, Charlie 2.
Good words.
Pin pin, Charlie 2 is installed.
Copy, pit pin installed on Charlie 2. We need you to connect a RET to the adjustable equipment tether D-ring to the beam handrail stanchion.
Understand, get my adjustable ready to attach to the stanchion. Okay, that'll be in work.
Okay, copy.
All right, just to be clear, Jane, you want the RET attached to me or to something else?
There should be a RET to an adjustable equipment tether D-ring, and that adjustable equipment tether hook should be on the closest beam handrail stanchion to you. So you have an adjustable attached to the beam and the D-ring attached to a RET, and that RET is on your mini workstation.
That's what I needed to hear. Okay, so we got an adjustable one hook going to stanchion. All right, mini grid config there. All my other adjustable.
Copy, Steve. We're going to have you hold here. We're going to get Steve on the FSE with you, and then we will move forward with our beam release.
All right, we're waiting on Woody. Sounds good.
Yeah. We will have you get your
I don't often say that much, so.
We'll have you get your PGT out. We're not releasing any bolts yet. Again, we're waiting to do that, but this will be a Bravo 7 setting to release Charlie 5 and Charlie 6, so you can get ready for that. You have some time.
Okay.
Woody,
All right, Jans, I'm translating inboard.
Affirm. I was about to tell you, your next step is to press the starboard CETA cart brake release, and then you will be translating to the port CETA cart.
All right, you got it.
While you're translating, Woody, I have big picture words for both of you.
Great. Jans, do I need both brakes or just one of the two on each CETA cart? I'll get them both.
You can get both. I just confirmed you need one of the two on both CETA carts. Just took us a minute.
Okay, copy. Thanks. Thanks. Good press. On the starboard side.
Copy. Woody, you are going to be dropping your green hook on S3 handrail 3011 and then stowing crew lock bag M on 3217.
011 and 3217. Okay, thanks, James.
Good read back. Let me know when you're ready for those big picture
Looking
words.
for that. I'm ready.
Okay. We are now 4 hours into this 7-hour, 30-minute EVA. Limiting consumable has not changed. That is the battery on Woody, and we are still 1 hour ahead of timeline. Obviously, we've deployed IROSA, so great job to you both. We are getting to the point where we are going to stow the FSE beams and remove that FOD. If we have time, we're going to do some get-aheads and release the ARDs for the next EVA.
That sounds good. That sounds real good. Thanks, James. Okay, I found 3011. That was my green hook location, correct?
Affirm.
Copy. And then 3217 for the bag. Got it.
Go ahead and have
Good
a
words.
chat with. All right, Jams. I'm ready to go up onto the FSE.
Copy. Ensure you go via the POA path. Fair lead on MBS handrail 8400.
8400. Copy that.
Affirm.
Yeah, I'm looking for it.
Right now you're seeing views from NASA astronaut Woody Hoberg's helmet camera. He is working to translate over to the carrier beam where NASA astronaut Steve Bowen is currently. Once they're both over there, the crew members will work together to release the bolts holding the beams in place, and then they will rotate them out of the way and secure them back down. The spacewalkers continue to remain about an hour ahead of schedule. After they release the beam, there's a couple of get-ahead tasks that they can work on prior to ingress.
All right, am I heading to Alpha, James?
Affirm.
Copy. So Steve and my tethers will... Yeah, it should be up there. Looks good.
Affirm.
All right, I'm at Alpha.
Woody, your next step is to perform a socket swap. Steve was able to already release C3 and C4, so we'll just take the socket swap and then move on to rotating the beam.
Okay, copy, socket swap. Now, I will need a socket caddy to do this, correct? I only have... Oh, no, disregard. I have an extra pit pin right.
Affirm, you're going to use your pit pin. So you'll remove the 6-inch wobble from your PGT and stow it in your trash bag with the pit pin, and the 2-inch that's currently, I believe, in your trash bag will be stowed on the PGT.
Copy all. And so, do you want me to release one of the C5 or C6?
Affirm, Steve, you can release either one. Bravo 7, counter 2 are your settings.
Bravo 7, counterclockwise 2.
Good words.
System work. That's complete. And I got 11 turns.
Copy 11 turns, and that was C6.
That was C6.
Copy, we'll hold here.
I agree. Okay, Jenny, I've got the 5/8 2-inch rigid on the PGT.
Copy, I'll take a pull test.
Already complete.
Okay. So when Steve releases this final bolt, C5, Steve, you will rotate the zenith end of the beam toward Woody.
Understand.
And you'll be temp stowing the beam in the stowage location, which is parallel to the blankets with the handrails facing the POA. You'll need 2 adjustable equipment tethers to do this.
Okay, and would you have an adjustable available quickly? Yes. Okay, we'll be ready to go.
All right, we are go when you are ready.
All right, release from C5.
Copy C5.
All right, 5 is complete. Complete, so I let PGT down a little bit. Okay, Woody, here it comes.
Ground copies.
All right, retrieving my adjustable.
NASA astronaut Steve Bowen just released the final beam restraint bolts. Steve Bowen and Woody Hoberg will now work together to rotate the beams out of the way and secure them back down.
Still installed. Bolts installed. Bolts. Disregard, sorry. Where they went.
These carrier beams were being reconfigured. They previously held the upright IROSA, and they needed to be rotated out of the way to allow access to the lower IROSA, which will be installed on next week's EVA on June 15th.
Okay. I've got it. I've got an adjustable on it. I can cinch this side. We won't cinch it down, but when you get yours on there, when we come back, we'll cinch them down and make them snug. Got an adjustable
Houston
on
concurs, that's correct.
And this is going to 0012.
Copy, and Steve's exactly right. We'll cinch this down later on. What we need to make sure of right now is that the beam is clear of the nadir upper support beam, so that's the one by you, Woody.
Okay, stand by. It's clear. No interference there.
Copy. Steve, you can release your RET. I understand that the beam is tethered via 2 adjustables.
All right, I'm releasing my RET.
A caution for both of you.
Adjustable on my side.
Copy. A caution for both of you. Now that this beam is tied down, do not exceed 30 foot-pounds on the temp stowed beam. And again, a reminder for the FSE, we don't want to simultaneously impart loads into it, so we will alternate if we need to translate around the same time.
Copy. Copy.
We are in another brief but expected handover period and will regain signal shortly.
Houston's back with you after a short handover. We will need Woody to translate to stanchion Delta and Steve will need to translate to Stanchion Charlie, but again, please alternate your translations.
Okay, what are you ready to go? I am ready to go. Then go ahead and tell me when you're there. Okay, going to Delta.
Good words. Woody, once you're there, you'll attach a mini workstation RET to the closest beam handrail stanchion.
Copy. All right, I'm at Delta, putting that mini workstation RET in work. All right, I'm going to start my translation.
Copy both.
Sounds great, Steve. Mini workstation RET is down.
Woody, once you have that RET down, you'll be readying your PGT.
Thanks, James. All right, Woody. What will be my PGT setting when it swings over here?
So that was for Woody, then your setting is Bravo 7, counter 2.
Bravo 7, counter 2 is set. All right. Then when it gets here, what will it be? Drive the 20 turns.
It'll also be Bravo 7. You'll just be clockwise 2
Bravo 7, clockwise?
For Steve.
Okay, understand. All right, I'm ready to drive C9.
Copy. You're releasing C9. Expect 8 to 11 turns.
Copy and work. I counted 9.5 and it popped out. Ready for C10.
Copy. C9 released. Your go for C10. About a minute until a short handover.
Copy, starting turn C10. C10 popped out 9 turns.
Left check.
Copy. 9 turns. C10 popped out. You'll be rotating the beam toward Steve.
Copy. Ready, Steve? Yep. Coming at you.
Short handover.
I got it. Copy, you got it. Find the... Steve. 32, about 1 turn. Delta 2. Half copy. Yep, I'm good. A little 20, right? Yeah, I recall Bravo 7, clockwise 2 for no more than 20. No more than 20.
Houston's back with you.
Stop on turns.
Houston's back with you. I copy your hand start. I concur, Bravo 7, clockwise 2, and this will be approximately 20 turns.
Copy, James, but we are going to stop on turns.
A-firm, let's do that's 20 turns only.
Okay, copy. Driving C9.
Copy C9.
And I'm stopping there. It's getting kind of close to the bottom. I got 17 turns plus the 2 that puts me at 19 turns. Is that okay? Or C7?
Checking.
C9, I put in 18 turns plus 2 hand starts.
Copy, 18 turns on C9 plus 2 hand turns. We're checking. Steve, we want more turns on your bolts. Let's hit it again at the same settings.
All right, and how many more do you want?
Only 1 turn.
All right, that's it. Complete. Got 20 turns, 21, 10, 20 turns.
Copy, Steve. Stand by. We're still discussing that config on the ground. We might have more action here. Woody, your bolt is good.
Okay, I copy. Thanks, James. What's different about your bolt?
All right, Steve, because we torqued out on this bolt, we need to back it out 1 turn. Your settings are Bravo 7.
Didn't torque out on this bolt. Did not torque out on this bolt. Got a low torque.
Okay, we misunderstood. Then
And I got 18.5. You can see I have a red light for not reaching torque. Hey, Steve, wait one. I'm trying to get word from Houston here. I think we came up on a handover quicker than they expected.
Hey,
okay.
This is Houston. We hit a patch of ratty comm. We are good on that bolt, Steve. So at this time, I'm handing over to Frank. Frank, you are prime IV. We are 1 minute away from a 5-minute LOS.
Hey, I copy. I am prime IV. And can you just verify what step you're on in block 12?
Block 12, pick up in step 32 for Woody and 37 for Steve, and Nick passed you the additional instructions.
Copy 32 and 37. Thanks, James.
All right, Steve, I've retrieved my ret because that beam is installed. That's good. It's installed.
All right, guys, and I am with you on 1. So it looks like you guys...
NASA astronauts Steve Bowen and Woody Hoberg have successfully finished rotating the carrier beams out of the way and secured them back down. This was the last planned task in this EVA, but they will now move into some get-ahead tasks for next week's EVA.
Frank, I've got a few incidental black smudges on my glove fingertips. Otherwise, no change, and dry hat.
Okay, I copy for both of you. And you'll just have to be a little bit patient with me here because we're working now out of a Jedi message. And so I'll just have to be toggling back and forth on the computer.
We are now in an approximately 5-minute loss of signal. We will regain signal shortly after that. During this period, NASA astronaut Frank Rubio aboard the International Space Station is the prime IV for the spacewalking crew. A couple of the get-ahead tasks that the crew will be working on include releasing the ARD, or anti-rotation device, for next week's IROSA, as well as releasing some of the lower R bolts, or restraint bolts. While today's spacewalk has focused on installing the IROSA, or International Space Station Roll-Out Solar Array, on the starboard 4 truss connected to the 1A power channel on the space station, next week's spacewalk will focus on installing the IROSA to the starboard 6 truss connected to the 1B power channel. Coverage of next week's spacewalk, which is U.S. Spacewalk 88, is scheduled to begin at approximately 8:20 a.m. Central Time, 9:20 a.m. Eastern Time on June 15th. The spacewalk next week is scheduled to begin at approximately 8:20 a.m. Central Time, 9:20 a.m. Eastern Time, with NASA TV coverage beginning at 6:45 a.m. Central Time, 7:45 a.m. Eastern Time. We are now about 4 hours and 35 minutes into today's spacewalk. The spacewalk officially began at 8:25 a.m. Central Time, 9:25 a.m. Eastern Time, when the spacesuits were switched to battery power. NASA astronaut Steve Bowen is serving as EV1 for today's spacewalk and has the suit with the red stripes. And then NASA astronaut Woody Hoberg is serving as EV2 with the unmarked suit. This is the 9th spacewalk in Steve Bowen's career and the first spacewalk for Woody Hoberg. It is the 264th spacewalk in support of space station assembly, maintenance, and upgrades, and the 7th spacewalk out of the space station in 2023. In this view, you can see today's ground IV, who is Jenny Gibbons in the center of your screen. But right now, during the loss of signal, NASA astronaut Frank Rubio aboard the International Space Station is currently serving as the prime IV.
This is from crew lock bag. Where's that adjustable? Because I'm fresh out.
Okay, checking.
Yep. All right, so we want one end effector on one and one effector on two, correct?
Correct. Steve, you're going to install those end effectors on handrail 1 and 2, and you want to leave the adjustable equipment tethers connected to both MUT end effectors, and then make sure that the MUT end effectors are locked.
All right. Steve, do you have extra adjustables over there? I have one. There should be one. Oh, no, we used it. I've got one in a fairly that I could go get, but...
Yeah, Woody, so this is supposed to have come from your T-bar. Obviously, we must have used it somewhere else. Is there one in the bag that you can use?
I used one on the root beam. All right, I'll bring you one. Give me a second. Should we go lock? Oh, we're going to need... let's see. You just need one adjustable to do both. Yeah, copy.
Correct. Yeah, Woody, you'll just end up putting that adjustable to a RET. Then you'll use the either end of the adjustable to hold both ARDs.
All right. I have the front end effectors locked in place on handrails 1 and 2.
Copy, Steve.
Houston's back with you.
Thanks, Jenny. We're trying to figure out where to get an adjustable for these ARDs. I'll bring it to you. Okay.
All right, Jams. So we are currently, for Steve in block 1, he just completed step 5. So he would be going to step 6 next. And then for Woody, we're in block 2, and he's completed step 2. And we were going to the ARDs. However, since he was near Charlie 11, he was going to do that one first. Copy.
Copy. I'll need a minute to catch up. All right, and we copy that Woody needs an additional adjustable, and Steve is bringing it to him. Is that correct?
Well, I just turn that around.
Affirmative. And so, again, Woody will be actually starting on step 12, but after you complete that ARD, you'll have to go back to step 3 for the ARD on Charlie 12.
All right, Steve, I'm at a bad angle here. Yeah.
Copy.
I'll tell you what, let me have your rep. Thank you. I could watch you do that all day, I guess. All right, there you go. Let me release mine.
And so, Jenny, if you're ready, then you can have prime.
All right, you have an adjustable. Got it.
And I will just confirm with you, Frank, that I have the next step for Steve being releasing R3 and R4. Correct?
That is correct.
Okay, in that case, I have all the information I need. Great job. I am Prime IV.
Okay, copy. Thanks so much, Jones.
Steve, now that
they need to do a socket swap, I think.
Was that Steve or Woody?
That's Steve. I think I need to do a socket swap because are these 5/8?
Hey, firm, you need the, actually you need the 7/16 6-inch wobble on your PGT.
Yeah. Okay, let me go back and get those.
Hey, firm, you'll be at Curlock Bag T.
Isn't that way? All right, you put the socket caddy on the outside here, Woody, someplace? Oh, no, it's on the inside. Oh, sorry. I went ahead and put it back inside.
Woody, was that a question for, or excuse me, Steve, was that a question for Houston?
No, it's a question for Woody. Put the socket caddy back inside. That's all.
Copy.
And I have Bravo 3 counterclockwise 2 set for ARD C11 release.
Can you confirm that you've attached the free end of the adjustable to the ARD tether point?
Yep, I have an adjustable on the ARD tether point.
Copy, and that is connected to your mini workstation via a RET on the D, on the adjustable, correct?
That is correct, and we had to scavenge that adjustable from Steve. I used my two, one for a fair lead and one for the boom tie down.
Yep, Houston follows that. I just want to make sure that we're redded, but we understand that the adjustable config. In that case, we are go to continue. You have good settings, Bravo 3, counter 2, and you're releasing the stop block bolt 10 turns only.
10 turns only, copy. And Jenny, am I going to be swapping sockets again after this at any point? The question is if I want to just put this socket in my bag, my trash bag, or if I want to transfer it to the socket caddy.
Checking.
NASA astronauts Steve Bowen and Woody Hopeberg are continuing today's spacewalk. They are 4 hours and 44 minutes into it. They are now working on some get-ahead tasks for next week's spacewalk.
Remove the ARD, and then your settings to drive the stop block bolt are Bravo 1 clockwise 2. Steve, I can confirm you have...
Right now, Woody Hopeberg is working to remove the anti-rotation device, or ARD, while NASA astronaut Steve Bowen works to release some restraint bolts.
Bag or your trash bag, it does not matter to us.
Let me just, if I get that at my end, I'll move it over. No problem. Okay. Pick it back up, swap that socket.
Copy, we got lots of time here.
Bravo 1 clockwise 2 set.
Good words, and confirm you've removed the ARD.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, your go to drive the stop block bolt to torque.
Copy. All right, I'm on a 6-inch, 1/16 wobble.
Steve, you broke up there. I think you said your 7/16 6-inch wobble is on your PGT with a good pull test.
That is what I said. Thank you.
Copy. Your next step is to release R3 or R4. Let me know which position you're going to be in, and I'll give you settings.
All right, let me get over there. I'll get settled. Against the stop block bolt, torque out at 4.5 turns, good green light, 12.1 foot-pounds, and I can see that the block is resting on the bolt can, not in the further recessed position.
Copy. That is a good config, Woody. We are ready for you to move to the other ARD.
Copy, going over to Alpha.
Affirm. Stanchion Alpha is where we need you.
You are now seeing live views outside the space station from NASA astronaut Steve Bowen's helmet camera as he works to release some restraint bolts. The release of these restraint bolts is part of a get-ahead task for next week's spacewalk. There are 2 sets of bolts on the boom end of the lower IROSA. The first 2 bolts will allow the boom deployment system rollers to be moved into place to help with the array deployment in next week's spacewalk.
Alpha 3, clockwise 3.
Good readback.
Hold on. Alpha. To calibrate again, I just turned off my PGP. All right,
Copy.
let's try this. Battery. So Alpha 3 on R3, is it clockwise or counterclockwise?
For R3, it is clockwise 3.
R3, clockwise 3. So I must be. All right, I have R3, clockwise 3. Alpha 1? 2.
Alpha 3, clockwise 3 for R3.
Alpha 3, clockwise 3. I'm all set. Let me get myself stable.
Copy.
Yeah, I have Bravo 3 counter 2 set for ARD 3. Release. And I've got my adjustable on it.
Copy. We need Bravo 3 counter 2.
Confirm. That's what. Thank you. Bravo 3 counter 2. I'm looking at it. It's set.
Copy. Good settings. Confirm that you have tethered to the ARD, and then you can release that stop block bolt 10 turns.
Copy. 10 turns and adjustable tether is installed. Hold on, Jenny. I gotta get a more comfortable position. I keep swinging here.
All right.
Give me a moment. I'm gonna get a little bit better position.
We understand, Steve. Again, we're doing get-aheads at this point, so lots of time.
Ten turns on ARD 3.
Copy. 10 turns on the stop block bolts. Your go. And Steve, understand you're finding a better body position. I wanted to let you know your helmet is close to the IROSA boom end.
The reason I want to get in a better body position.
Copy.
All right. Thank you. Bravo 1, clockwise 2 set for stop block bolt install.
Copy. You can drive that stop block bolt to turn or to torque. Those are good settings.
Copy. All right. So that should be a lot more comfortable. And hopefully I am in a much better position.
That looks great to us, Steve. Well done.
Okay.
Steve, before you start this bolt, since it is 245 turns, I'll let you know we're about a minute and a half to sunrise, as you can see. And then I'll be ready for you to start.
All right, Alpha 3, clockwise 3, 245 turns for R3, correct?
Good words.
And I am starting Alpha R3, clockwise 3, now.
You are go.
Jam, stop block bolt, 10 turns, green light, 12.4 foot-pounds.
Copy. That is a good bolt, Woody. You can stow your PTT.
Complete.
Woody, you will be translating to the crew lock bag where you will be stowing the ARDs and the adjustable.
Okay, I copy. ARD is an adjustable in Tango.
Affirm.
NASA astronaut Steve Bowen is currently working to release the first set of bolts on the boom end of the lower IROSA, or International Space Station Roll-Out Solar Array. These first two bolts will allow the boom deployment system rollers to be moved into place to help with the array deployment for next week's spacewalk. Right now you are seeing views from NASA astronaut Woody Hoberg's helmet camera. He recently completed a get-ahead task to release the anti-rotation device on next week's IROSA.
Checking for you, Woody.
Actually, I see
He's now working to stow an equipment tether with the anti-rotation devices into the crew lock bag.
200.
Woody, while you're at the crew lock bag, your next step is the socket swap. Let me know when you want more words.
Okay, I'll get the 12-inch off. What am I going to?
7/16 6-inch.
Okay, 17th, 6-inch. I'll get that out of my trash bag. I'll get the 12-inch on the socket caddy. $45, 245 turns. And let me see if I can see the turkey timer.
Copy, 245 turns and
Let me put my
A-firm.
stuff my PGT word.
Copy, Steve.
All right, let's see this thing.
NASA astronaut Steve Bowen continues to work on releasing a set of R bolts for next week's spacewalk. You heard them reference a turkey timer, which is basically a status indicator to ensure bolts are fully released.
Drop down in the middle of that circle. Correct, Woody? Did you
That's it,
turkey
Steve.
timer? Yeah.
Yep, it's popped up.
Yeah. Okay.
We can confirm.
So R3 is complete.
Well done. We can move on to R4. Let me know when you want your different settings.
All right. Yeah, let me get comfortable again.
Take your time.
From this view, you can see both of today's spacewalkers. NASA astronaut Steve Bowen is EV1 in the red stripes, and then NASA astronaut Woody Hoberg is EV2 with the unmarked suit.
Jam socket swap complete. Get full test empty trash bag.
Copy, Woody. I will have more words for you shortly.
Copy. All right. Ready for Alpha, Romeo 4.
Copy, Steve. I have you ready for R4. Your settings are Alpha 3, Counter 3.
Alpha 3, counterclockwise 3 for R4. 245 turns again.
You got it.
That's in work. I see good counterclockwise.
Copy. All right, Woody, thanks for your patience. We are ready. Translate to stanchion alpha. We are going to have you readjust the adjustable tether on the FSE beam that's temp stowed there. This is because there is a concern that that beam might move toward the top of the iROSA blanket over time with the adjustables in the current position. We want to stop that from happening. So we are going to have you move the adjustable from the stanchion handrail upper stanchion to the lower stanchion.
Okay, moving the adjustable from upper to lower stanchion, heading over.
That's right. Eventually we will also have to do this at stanchion Bravo, which is on the other side of the POA, but let's just do Alpha for now. We're also tracking that we need to remove that FOD.
Okay, yep, copy all. All right, so this is down, this would be handrail 0001 next to whip 4.
Negative, Woody. It's staying on the same handrail on the stanchion, the one that your left hand is on. We just want to see if you can move the hook to the lower stanchion of that same handrail.
Oh, I got you. Yeah, no problem. And just to be clear, we have not tightened these adjustables at all yet.
Yep, we have not tightened those adjustables at all. We have that step for whoever leaves the FSC last. Normally that's Steve.
Okay, gotcha. That is a stretch. Let's see. 200. Okay, James, got it on.
Copy. Great job, Woody.
And I can probably get over to Bravo and do that as well.
Let's do that, Woody. Be mindful that Steve is currently working the R4.
All right, that should be 245. And I see the turkey timer has dropped out.
Copy. 245 turns on an R4, and the turkey timer has popped out. Great job. You can stow your PGT. Actually, correction, Steve. You can probably leave your PGT out. Our next steps are for R1 and R2.
Okay, I gotta find a good position to get up there, so it's gonna take a bit.
Copy. You take your time.
NASA astronaut Steve Bowen just finished releasing the first set of bolts in his get-ahead task on the boom end of the lower iROSA. These bolts allow the boom deployment system rollers to be moved into place to help with array deployment for next week's spacewalk. Now he'll move on to a second set of bolts, which will release 2 of 4 mechanisms that hold the iROSA in its rolled-up configuration.
Woody, for your awareness, if you have trouble with this reach, so if the adjustable is not long enough, leaving this on the upper stanchion is acceptable since the other one is on the lower stanchion.
Okay, that's great to know. Thanks, James. See if I can get it there. All right. Success.
Great work, Woody. You can translate back to the crew lock bag. We'll be retrieving the needle nose pliers. Actually, Woody, prior to your translation, we are going to have you cinch down the adjustable that's in front of you.
Okay. Okay, that feels pretty tight.
And we agree we got a good view of it in your HECA. Thank you.
Great.
Woody, again, you can translate back in the direction of the crew lock bag. On your way, we will have you cinch the other adjustable tether that's temp stowing the beam.
Perfect, I copy that.
Okay, I'm not sure there's a good way to get the R1 or R2 from here. Might be pipe calling on the end of the arrays here. There's no good place to hold on to, right?
Copy, Steve. We think that the best position for you here would be actually holding on to the MUT end effector. We agree you will not be able to reach unless you are actually on the boom end of IROSA and the FSE.
All right, let me try and see if I can find a good mud end effector position.
Copy. And Steve, we know it's tight around here. We're getting words to remind you not to contact the magnets and the blanket.
Understand.
Okay, Jenny. Alpha adjustable is cinched, and I can confirm the beam up here is well clear of IROSA.
Great work. We're really happy to hear that. You can translate back to the crew lock bag, and we'll have you retrieve the needle nose pliers.
Copy.
Okay, question is, what are my turns on R1 and R2? And what load?
Your settings will be alpha, so you'll be alpha 4, counter 2 for both of those bolts, and it'll be 10 to 13 turns.
Okay, I might be able to do that. I get stable and make sure I can reach.
Copy.
Okay, Jenny, you got the needle noses.
Copy, Woody. Stand by 1.
Yeah, take your time.
Alpha 3 or Alpha 4? Alpha 4. And counterclockwise?
It's alpha 4, counter 2. And just a reminder, caution here, you'll have to rotate these boom deployment system rollers slowly once you release those bolts.
Well, that's a whole other issue, to be able to reach up there to get to those.
We understand.
Because they're on top, and I am not. All right.
If it's helpful at this time, Woody, we could have you translate to Steve to try and provide some extra stability for this work site.
Yep, that in there. That would be helpful.
Actually, if you have those needle nose, why don't you take the debris off right now, Woody, and then we'll deal with me. Okay, gotcha. Can you see it? It's right there. Let me get out of your way a little bit.
And ground's fine with that option.
Drop the RT just for a little.
Woody, while you're getting your BRT down, I can give you both big picture words. Are you ready? All right, we are around 5 hours and 15 minutes into this EVA, tracking a time of 7 hours and 30 minutes, with the limiting consumables still being Woody's battery. We have no more than 1 hour of content left, and that includes our worksite cleanup and translating back. So that means we're going to try and get R1 and R2 complete, and also, like you guys are tracking, we will retrieve that FOD.
All right, Jenny, that sounds great. For Steve's awareness, I think I should be able to hit the BDS on this side. That's helpful. Okay, that'll work. I'm ready for it. Do you have the needle? I'm just getting in a good spot here to get the FOD. I think I can get R2, but I can't deploy it from here. If we're ready, Jenny, I'll do R2.
Hey, Firm, you can start with R2.
Okay, wait, I'm swinging. Never mind. I'll wait. You want to do? I'm in a good spot for the FOD. Should we do that? Yeah, just do the FOD to start. Okay.
Ground's ready.
Okay, so Jenny, just to talk through it, the plan is to grab this with the needle nose, then attempt to stick the needle nose into the trash bag and release it in there and hope it stays.
Hey, Firm, Woody.
Okay, great. Thanks.
NASA astronaut Woody Hoberg is working on another get-ahead task to retrieve some FOD, or foreign object debris. He will be using those needle nose pliers that you see in his hand at the top left-hand side of the screen to remove the FOD, which is located near a magnet nearby next week's IROSA. He will then stow it in a trash bag, and then NASA astronaut Steve Bowen will continue to work on releasing the R bolts on next week's IROSA.
That is a powerful magnet. All right, we got it. I'm holding it up in the Hecka just in case that's helpful. It's like a cylinder with a smaller diameter.
We copy, Woody. We need that in your trash bag.
Oh, yeah, it's going there. It is. I'm looking into the trash bag. The needle nose are in the trash bag. It is in the trash bag, but it's stuck to the needle nose. So I don't want to necessarily pull them out. Okay, I think I got it to liberate into the trash bag. All right, it's in the trash bag, Jams. Excellent.
Copy. Great work, you two.
Hey, Steve, let me just get kind of configured here, and then I can help. Yep, I just need a little bit of stability in my leg. That should be okay. I'm probably try and swing around the other way, but I'm kind of constrained right now.
Houston concurs.
Okay, so you need to stop. So let me get up here real quick. Oh, I see. Yeah. Yes, I need to get a little higher. How do you feel about me taking your PGT and seeing if I can hit R1? Sure. Yeah, I got it. I'll give you a chance to maneuver back to where I started. Okay, settings, alpha, 4, counter 2.
Good settings. Release R1, 10 to 13 turns.
All right, looks like it popped out at 11, James.
Copy, R1
PT coming back.
popped out at 11 turns.
All right, I have the PGT. You've got the PGT. I can probably, I don't know if it helps for me to come around to that side and try to do the same thing. If you want me to try to just give you stability, just give me some stability. That might be helpful. Let me see what I can do here. Oh, they keep swinging under. Okay, let me grab your, okay, I've got your BRT. Perfect. Gotcha. All right, can I go a little bit higher? Wait, try. Touch the blanket on the right side. Yeah. All right, so. Well, not, every time I go up, I come down. Get up high enough. There you go. Gotcha. Maybe. Unfortunately, when you push on it, it's pushing you down. Yeah.
NASA astronaut Steve Bowen is working to release the second of 2 bolts. This will release 2 of 4 mechanisms that hold the IROSA, or International Space Station Roll-Out Solar Array, in its rolled-up configuration.
Just a second. Let me swing myself around here so I can wait for still my PGT without hitting the blanket boxes. Okay.
Houston, copies R2 is released, and we appreciate you being wary of those blankets.
All right, that's 11 turns.
They'll now work to rotate the boom deployment system rollers. And then after that, they will work on some work site cleanup.
Woody, we follow. You can do that.
From this view, you can see both of today's spacewalkers. In the unmarked suit is NASA astronaut Woody Hoberg, who is EV2, and with the red stripes on his spacesuit is NASA astronaut Steve Bowen, who is EV1.
Okay. Outside BDS is rolled 90 degrees. Okay.
Copy, Woody.
I just pull it out slowly, right? I just slowly roll. Great. It gets like 15 seconds for the full motion.
And we broke up a little bit there. Steve, can you confirm whether that's deployed or not, or is that still in work?
One work.
Copy. Woody, your next steps will be to translate off of the FSE. You can tuck the needle nose pliers in your mini workstation. You'll need to translate back down the POA, pick up your fair lead, and then the crew lock bag.
All right, so how does that look, Danny? I think I've got more than 90. I need to bring it back up a little bit.
and Steve, we need full rotation. We don't have video at this time.
All right, so what does full rotation mean?
The rollers need to contact the blanket in the deployed position.
Okay, they are now in contact. I understand. Thank you.
Not a problem. Woody, did you copy my next steps for you?
Hey, firm. You don't notice talking to the workstation pickup bag
As well as your fare lead, Mayfirm.
Copy. And Jenny, what is on tap for me next?
Steve, you are going to translate to crew lock bag T, where you're going to clean up that crew lock bag. We are still tracking that the socket caddy is outside, so we need that tucked back in and then cleaned up such that the doors are facing the tower.
All right, is there any reason to leave that bag out here?
A-firm, you are leaving crew lock bag out there.
And for the next EVA, why are we leaving it out here? Is my question. We've stowed, I think, everything we're going to stow in T, isn't it?
Steve, give us a second to check on that. We're about 30 seconds for a handover.
I understand. I'll get it configured, and then we can see if we want to leave it out or bring it in.
That sounds good. I'll be back with you in 20 seconds or so.
Steve, I'm right here, so I'm just stuffing the stuff in the bag. Yeah, please, thanks. Yeah. Can you think of a reason to leave it out? Unfortunately, the ARD loops are hard to keep inside. Yeah, they just dance. Is there anything in this bag? It's pretty close. Yeah. See what they say.
Houston's back with you.
I'm actually having a hard time getting it to stay. All right, Jenny, what do you think?
I just came back with you. What's your question?
Oh, same question I had when we left. But crew lock back T, we're going to leave it out here. I'm trying to make sure it stays facing the FFE, and it's kind of hard to do. Can I use the wire tie to do that if we're going to leave it?
A-firm, Steve, we've confirmed you will need to leave it there because we need a socket for the C-bolt release on EVA2, but you can use a wire tie to help you stow it. As long as the tethers are still attached, that's fine.
Oh, yeah, no, I'm leaving the tethers, but they just don't cinch up tight enough to hold it in space.
That's totally fine.
Air lead retrieved.
Copy, Woody. Woody, next step for you.
All right, everything's stowed inside.
Copy, Steve.
I've got a wire tie holding it in place
Face first.
That sounds good. Woody, for you, you will be following your tether back to your green hook. You'll be retrieving that, as well as crew lock bag M. Stow that on your BRT.
Copy all.
Woody, an additional reminder of you to stay clear of that tusk cable just in front of the crew lock bag.
Yep, got it in sight, and thanks so much for the reminder. Okay, Woody, over.
We are just under 5.5 hours into today's spacewalk, which began at approximately 8:25 a.m. Central Time, 9:25 a.m. Eastern Time, when NASA astronauts Steve Bowen and Woody Hoberg turned their spacesuits to battery power.
Is there something else we need to do?
The duo then egressed the crew lock, where Steve Bowen received a crew lock bag, and Woody Hoberg then retrieved his articulating portable foot restraint. From there, they worked to release some anti-rotation devices on the upper IROSA, or International Roll-Out Solar Array, as well as a couple of sets of bolts on the boom end of the upper IROSA.
You are go to get off of the FSE via the POA, and we will have you translate back to the airlock leading.
They then worked to remove the IROSA from its carrier and installed a scoop so that NASA astronaut Woody Hoberg could lift the IROSA from the carrier. And then after several maneuvers on the robotic arm, Woody Hoberg arrived at the 1A mod kit worksite where NASA astronaut Steve Bowen met him. They then worked to install the IROSA onto the 1A mounting bracket. And then they unfolded the IROSA and secured the right side onto the mounting bracket. Shortly after, they electrically connected the new IROSA to the space station's power system. After releasing the final two bolts holding the IROSA in an undeployed position, the International Space Station Roll-Out Solar Array deployed over the next approximately 10 minutes.
I see him, well.
The team then moved to work on reconfiguring the carrier beams that previously held the upright IROSA. Those beams needed to be rotated out of the way to allow access to the lower IROSA, which will be deployed on next week's spacewalk on June 15th. Hoberg and Bowen remained about an hour ahead on their tasks today, so they were able to complete several get-ahead tasks.
Okay. I'm currently at my anchor.
The first of those tasks was to release the anti-rotation device for next week's IROSA install, along with some R bolts on the boom end of the IROSA for next week, and they also retrieved some FOD, or foreign object debris. They're now working to clean up their work site, and then soon we will see them ingress the space station to complete this week's spacewalk.
Hey, firm, this is just a poor man's fair lead. I'll let you know if it's a rich man's.
Okay. You want it at the very top, or you want it like halfway down?
course, it's already angled down here. So where do you go with my tether? Looking. All right, my fair lead still up there? Yeah. Okay. I might move it. I think I see a better spot for it if you don't mind. Oh, please. Thank you. Okay. Yep. Okay, yep, Steve, looking good. Thank you. Jenny, am I fair leading as well?
Yes, Woody, but stand by. We are getting word that we might have to go back to get a double tap on the inboardmost port Cedar cart brake release.
Oh, that's no problem. I'll go do it.
Can you confirm with us whether you did it once or twice? We just didn't see.
Honestly, I can't recall. I know it depressed fully, but it is possible that I only tapped it once.
Okay, we didn't see it. We just want to be super safe, so let's go back and do that since we got plenty of time here. Thanks.
No problem at all. En route. Okay, Jane, do you want me on the outside airlock, I think? Or the front side?
Copy, Steve. Your next step is to open the hatch thermal cover, and then we're going to be waiting for Woody to get back.
Understand.
And Woody, you just need to double tap whichever brake is going to be closest to you.
Okay, I see it. 1, 2. Port side Cedar cart, tapped.
Great work. We saw it. You can translate back inboard, and you will now be placing a fair lead at the top of the CETA spur.
Copy, Jenny. Thanks.
Steve, we would like you to cycle your ERCA, please.
Okay. Okay, I got a quick question first.
Go.
Get my. Do you want me on the front side or the back side of the? That's my of the airlock. I think I need to be on the front side, looking where my tether's bending, so Woody can get by. Does that make sense?
Steve, we'll have you on the aft side. That's what we have as a good position. What did you say you needed to deconflict yourself with Woody?
I'm just looking at the way my tether is. I go to the aft side, it crosses in front of the airlock. If I'm here, you can pass between me and go to the aft side. It's just harder. I can go there if you want me to the aft side. I've got a good green light. I think I hit it.
Copy about the ERCA, and we're still talking the tethers. Thanks for letting us know.
Okay. Hello, what do you think? Steve, I just passed under your tether. I'm over on the Cedar Spur. Yeah, that's clear. Right. I think you're clear to go aft. Sure, yeah. Your tether's on the left, right? My tether's on the left. I've got eyes on it. That's good. I can see it too. Deciding where I want to do my spin move. I don't think you have to do much of a spin move. Yeah, okay. I agree. Just come on down and get on the handrail, the circular handrail, and then you can rotate around on that. Yep. There you go. That'll work. All right.
And Houston copies you both back at the airlock. Great work. Regarding the tethers, you guys have the best eyes on what's going on. We're just going to need a report of the config once we're ready to come inside.
Understand. All right, sounds great, James.
NASA astronauts Steve Bowen and Woody Hoberg are translating back to the airlock. They were working on cleaning up their tethers before they ingress.
Still the bag. I'm going to go ahead and put out my waist tether. Very good idea. All right, James, my right waist tether is gate closed, lock, black on black to the airlock D-ring extender.
All right, I copy that good load path, Woody. I'll get you to turn off your HECA and ingress the airlock.
You can see on the left side of your screen that the thermal cover has been opened, and now NASA astronaut Woody Hoberg is working to ingress or enter the airlock.
Woody, give Steve a go when he's ready for your tether actions. Steve, I have steps for you if you want me to talk you through it.
Yeah, I will need you to talk me through it. Let me make sure Woody's safe inside. And yeah, Steve, I'm safe. The only connection I have is other than my current safety tether, is my waist tether to the D-ring extender. Understand, that sounds good. You have a go. There we go. Okay. Benny, I'm ready to copy.
Steve, lock Woody's green reel.
Lock Woody's green reel. Okay. It's locked.
Stow his green hook on the aft airlock external D-ring.
Green hook going to aft.
Good words.
All right, it's on the aft. And locked. Wheel is still locked, so I unlock it.
Copy. I copy the green hook is on the aft airlock D-ring. The gate is closed and the hook is locked. You can stow Woody's yellow hook on your waist tether. That will be your new load path. You need to make sure that hook is locked black on black.
All right, let me get that on my waist tether.
All right, I have my waist tether, gate closed, slider locked. The Woody's yellow hook, gate closed, slider locked. I think that puts me in a good config.
We agree that's a good config and your new load path. Lock your green reel and stow your green hook on the forward airlock external D-ring.
All right, let me get my green reel. That's locked.
Copy, reel locked.
All right, green hook, gate closed, slider locked. I'll now unlock that reel.
Copy. That's a good config for your hook.
NASA astronaut Woody Hoberg has fully ingressed the crew lock, and now we see Steve Bowen finishing up some last steps as he works to make his way inside.
With both of those green reels unlocked, you are now go to stow your yellow hook on your mini workstation.
Yellow hook going to my mini workstation. That's complete.
All right. That is a good config. Steve, you can ingress the airlock.
All right, I will ingress the airlock.
And Woody,
I'm up on the forward edge.
All right.
Woody, we need you to power off your HECA. When you powered it off, you powered it on.
Ah, that's fun. I believe it is off now. I pressed the button once.
All right, let me get my hook up.
Copy.
Wait till I get my legs inside.
You can now see NASA astronaut Steve Bowen making his way inside. Once inside, they'll close the hatch thermal cover and the process to repressurize will begin.
Looking. What's behind me?
That feels like maybe we got I think you're in my...
Hang on. Protector's off now.
I'm looking for... I think there's something around maybe the back of my legs, Steve. Is that possible?
It is possible.
No, actually disregard. That is not the problem.
Let's see.
Try again. Okay, that's your pliss on my legs. Hang on, let me try to go.
That's much better.
Okay.
Maybe I can get the... Over.
Okay. Let me get my body in. Okay, nice job. Not quite there yet. Come in this way. Let's see, SCU. Hang on. I just did a 360. No, you're good. I think it's okay. All right, let's get my body in. You need a 180 from that. A 180. Oh, I'm sorry. Disregard, Steve. I'm wrong. I'm wrong. All right, where are you? You are right there. So I need to get my legs here. Keep my legs clear. There we go. That should help. All right, got the magnet there. Release this.
And NASA astronaut Steve Bowen has now ingressed the crew lock and closed the hatch thermal cover.
I copy that you have the magnetic plate D-ring. You'll need to attach the hook to that, cinch the strap till snug, and report the number of Sharpie lines visible.
All right. D-ring moved again on me. Hold on. All right, so I've got that, and you want 6, I think. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All right, I got 6. I get a little bit more.
Copy. That's what we were expecting. Verify the magnet is engaged.
All right. It is engaged. Oh, I get my helmet off of it first. All right, magnet's engaged.
Copy. Well done. Now for both of you, you can remove the SCUs from their stowage pouches, remove your DCM covers and Velcro them to your DCMs, and connect your SCU.
All right, that didn't work. Okay, can I take I'm going to take my coolant to cold. Let me get that set first before I...
Copy.
Jenny CB2 SCU installed and locked. TCV 8.
Copy. SCU installed and locked for Woody and a TCV of 8.
Right now you are seeing live views inside of the equipment lock where NASA astronaut Frank Rubio and UAE or United Arab Emirates astronaut Sultan Al Niyadi are awaiting the repressurization of the crew lock before they can open the hatch and greet their fellow astronauts after a successful spacewalk.
EV1.
Copy. EV1 SCU is attached and locked. Both EV crew members switch water off, OFF, expect H2 is off message.
EV1, water's off. EV2, water's off.
Copy, both waters off. Caution, do not close the hatch until EMU water is off for 2 minutes. We've started a timer. While I have you both here for 2 minutes, I want to say congratulations to the team on an exceptional EVA. You guys were fantastic today. Congratulations to Woody on your first spacewalk and to Steve on your 9th. Finally, congratulations to all of Crew 6 on your 100th day on orbit. It's been a doozy.
Thank you very much, Jenny. Greatly appreciate that. And yeah, I think it's been an amazing support from the ground. A great plan. He was absolutely amazing. Quite startling, although that's what he does every day. And Woody, do you have anything you want to add? Thanks, Steve, and thanks, Jams. The team did an amazing job planning this EVA and also executing it. And couldn't be happier to get to work with this team and also to get to do my first EVA with such a fantastic leader as Steve. I just could not imagine a better experience to have for my first EVA. So thank you so much.
Great. Well, we're happy for you both, and we have 30 seconds left on our timer. I'll let you know when you can close the hatch.
You just heard some kind words and congratulations from the ground IV here in the room, Jenny Gibbons, on a successful spacewalk for NASA astronauts Steve Bowen and Woody Hoburg. It was the first spacewalk for Woody Hoburg and the 9th spacewalk for Steve Bowen. We're now standing by for repressurization.
So with that, you can verify the outer hatch is clear of hardware and the handle position is per the hatch decal, and close and lock the hatch.
That's complete, and I'm going to try and close this the first time. Trying to stay out of your way, Steve. Might need to come a little bit aft. Yeah, I agree. Any chance you could pull me a little bit? Oh, yeah. Yeah, there you go. What you just did was trying to pull you. Yeah. What I'm hitting. I think you're hitting me in part. There you go. Nice job. Watch each other. Yeah, I see it. It's clear. All right. Looks clear. Ready to latch. Okay. Stand by. Good to see you there. All right, it is latched. It is locked.
Copy. The hatch is closed and locked. Woody and Steve, for your awareness, we are going to be headed into an LOS where we will have Shaw SS so I will stay prime IV before handing off to Frank. On the UIA, check oxygen EMU 1 and 2. Both valves are open.
Oxygen EMU 1 and 2 valves both open.
Switch power EV1 and 2, both on.
Power EV1 and 2 both on. 2 LEDs. Volts are 18.6 times 2.
Copy. LEDs are on and 18.6 for voltage EV1 and EV2. On your DCMs, switch power to SCU. Expect a warning tone.
EV1 is SCU. EV2 is SCU.
Copy. With that, I will hand you back to your very capable suit IVs. Frank, the comm is yours.
Hey, Jenny, fantastic job, as always, by you, Nick, and the entire ground team. Thanks so much. We look forward to hanging out with you guys again next week.
Thanks, Frank. Us too.
All right, Steve and Woody, next we'll be working through crew lock repress, which should be a 10-minute warning if disregard. So both of you, O2 actuator to press. Verify that you see O2 actuator to press displayed.
All right, let me take a minute here and get that done. EV2 is in press. EV1 is still working on it. I see O2 position press. I can't get my finger on there for some reason. All right, EV1's in press.
Copy, Steve. And also, could you verify that you see O2 actuator in press?
O2 actuator is in press. No, stand by. I'm still not there. All right, I am now in.
NASA astronaut Frank Rubio inside the equipment lock is currently walking through some repressurization procedures with our spacewalkers from today who are on the other side of that hatch in the crew lock.
Pause. Resistant press.
Copy, that's a good config for both. Now, Steve, check that the EV hatch MPEV is closed.
It is closed.
As I'll be throttling the IV hatch equalization valve from off to norm, and just let me know if it's a good rate for you guys.
The repressurization of the crew lock has officially begun. We are currently at about 5.5 pounds per square inch and climbing.
You should expect an alert tone, and then you can also expect an alert tone at 4.0.
Copy.
You guys both okay with that rate?
I'm good with it. ED2 is good.
With the repressurization underway, it marks the official end of the spacewalk at 2:28 p.m. Central Time, 3:28 p.m. Eastern Time, for a total spacewalking time of 6 hours and 3 minutes. The spacewalk began at 6:25 a.m. Central Time and 9:25 a.m. Eastern Time.
Okay, guys, we're at 5 psi. We're going to let the pressure stabilize for 2 minutes and then do a leak check.
Sounds good. Sounds good.
The crew lock is now at a pressure of approximately 5 pounds per square inch. They'll hold here for a couple of minutes and then do some leak checks before continuing to increase the pressure. with today's spacewalk coming to an end and totaling 6 hours and 3 minutes. We have some statistics for you. This is the 264th spacewalk for the International Space Station in support of assembly maintenance and upgrades. It's the 7th spacewalk out of the space station this year and the 5th spacewalk during Expedition 69. This was the 9th spacewalk of NASA astronaut Steve Bowen. He has now garnered 60 hours and 22 minutes of spacewalking time, which puts him 5th in the all-time list for the most spacewalking time. It was the first spacewalk for Woody Bowen, so he now has 6 hours and 3 minutes of spacewalking time. In today's spacewalk, which began at 8:25 a.m. Central Time, 9:25 a.m. Eastern Time, and ended at 2:28 p.m. Central Time, 3:28 p.m. Eastern Time. It lasted a total of 6 hours and 3 minutes as they installed a new International Space Station Roll-Out Solar Array, or IROSA, on the 1A power channel on the starboard truss of the space station. In total, the space station has seen over 69 days of spacewalking time, with 69 days, 21 hours, and 52 minutes of spacewalking time across those 264 spacewalks that have been conducted. We are currently in a brief loss of signal as we transition between satellites. There's about 3 minutes left in that, and then we will return to views inside the equipment lock as the crew lock continues to be repressurized. Once the repress process is complete, we will see NASA astronauts Steve Bowen and Woody Hoberg make their way into the equipment lock. From there, we will continue coverage until we see their helmets come off, and then we will wrap our coverage until next week when we have another IROSA installation spacewalk on June 15th.
Houston Station 1 for step 4.
And we're with you on 1. Working step 4.
During that loss of signal, the repressurization of the crew lock was completed, and now you can see NASA astronaut Frank Rubio towards the bottom of your screen, assisting our spacewalkers from today, who are NASA astronauts Steve Bowen and Woody Hoberg, back into the equipment lock.
You looking out the window?
And Station Houston on 1, crew is no longer hot mic.
Obvious.
First into the equipment lock, you can see NASA astronaut Woody Hoberg. He served as EV2 today, so he had the unmarked suit. Right now you can see UAE astronaut in the bottom right-hand corner of your screen, removing the safer or simplified aid for EVA rescue from Hoberg's suit. NASA astronaut Frank Rubio is now assisting Steve Bowen through the hatch into the equipment lock, and then he will have his safer removed as well, which is the simplified aid for EVA rescue. NASA astronaut Frank Rubio and UAE or United Arab Emirates astronaut Sultan Al Niyadi are beginning to assist with doffing the spacesuits. Right now, they're removing some of the tools that were used on today's spacewalk and getting those out of the way. You can see UAE astronaut Sultan Al Niyadi removing the HECA or HD EMU camera assembly from the spacesuit. Al Niyadi and Rubio are now working to remove the gloves from Hoberg and Bowen. Shortly after that, they will then start to remove the helmets Once the helmets are off, we will then wrap our coverage for today. They are now working to remove the helmets from today's spacewalkers, who were NASA astronauts Steve Bowen and Woody Hoberg. With the helmets off and our spacewalkers safely inside the International Space Station, we're going to wrap today's coverage. As a recap, NASA astronauts Steve Bowen and Woody Hoberg successfully installed an IROSA, or International Space Station Roll-Out Solar Array, to augment power generation for the 1A power channel on the station's starboard truss structure. They also were able to complete several get-ahead tasks to set them up for a successful spacewalk next week. Coverage of U.S. Spacewalk 88 to install the next ISS Roll-Out Solar Array on the starboard truss of the International Space Station is scheduled to begin at approximately 8:20 a.m. Central Time, 9:20 a.m. Eastern Time, with NASA TV coverage beginning live at 6:45 a.m. Central Time, 7:45 a.m. Eastern Time, and we will see the same two spacewalkers venture out of the space station again. With that, this is Mission Control Houston.
Ignition. Liftoff. Lift
Flight clock start.
163908.
This looks good. Flight.
Roger, booster.
Roger, clock start.
Fuel pressure running a little high.
Roger.
Roger. Stand. How's it looking, guidance?